Hey, y'all. I'm going to test the sound before we get started. If anybody can hear me, drop a one in the chat to make sure. Uh-oh, hold on. What in the world is that? What is that? Why is it? I think I got another window open. Hold on. Yep, I got another window open. Hold on. Okay, bet. All right, if y'all can hear me, drop a one in the chat room. I'm so excited about today. Oh my God. Okay, I got it. So if y'all hear me, once again, if y'all hear me, drop a one so I can make sure the sound is good. If the sound is not good, drop a two. Also, I want to tell y'all before we get started that if we have any technical difficulties, because we stream a lot in my house. Okay, I have the most powerful internet, but still we have a lot of streaming going on in this house in different TVs, cell phones, everything. So I'm trying to make sure. Oh my God, Beverly, Nightbot then hit you with a spam thing. Y'all don't worry about Nightbot. I had to have Nightbot on and a couple moderators to make sure that we was good. Okay, but don't worry about now Nightbot, Beverly. Ignore Nightbot. He got on you, didn't he? I didn't even program him to do that. So that's crazy that he did. That's fun. But anyway, so yeah, I had to make sure we had Nightbot in the moderators there. I think we got um anyway, so around, I do not want to leave. I know they're going to be trying to work overtime. The enemy is going to be working overtime. Okay, he's going to try to tear it up, chew it up. So drop a two, because y'all know how I am. When I'm in my zone, I really don't be to the chat. I'm choppy. Okay. Let's see what I can do about that real quick before we get started. I might have to that because that's the last thing I need. The last thing I need is to be messed up by audio. Okay. Still choppy? Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Am I still choppy? Drop me a one or two. I'm looking in the comments. I'm good. Bringing together. I want to you to understand. I want you to move the person, and I want you to use me to be able to let you understand. Try to come our way and try to shut us down. I'm still breaking up. Still breaking up. Like I said, the enemy is busy. The enemy is going to be busy today. Okay. He is going to be busy today. He is going to be busy today, y'all. But we're going to get through this. I'll bind him right now in the name of Jesus. We will get through this. Drop me a 1. I should be good. Am I good? Let me make sure my everything is turned off. How do it sound? It sound good? Okay. All right. Yeah. I just said a prayer. So God is going to cover us in this moment. Okay. He is going to cover us in this moment. We got to believe He's going to cover us in this moment. And because it's a lot of stuff that He want to get out. It's a message that, I feel like everybody needs to know. Everybody needs to get out. We're going to go ahead and get started because we have a lot to get out. Y'all know how my presentations is. We'll probably be here to about 9 o'clock. And so we just have a lot to get out. So I'm going to go ahead and begin. Okay. All right. I'm going to remove my face from here, but I'm going to go ahead and leave it on for a second. And again, welcome everybody. Thank y'all for coming in and listening and everything and all of that. So, I know some people is probably thinking like, what is this about? What is this presentation about? Well, we're going to be exposing a lot of the occult secrets. I've been doing that over here on my channel. It's nothing new. But I am going to go through some stuff. I'm going to discuss some stuff that we all have been kind of wondering, like what's really going on behind the scenes. Pay attention to Night. Don't pay no attention to Nightbot. Okay. If Nightbot, get you off of spamming, don't pay no attention to him. He's just doing his job. I don't know why he decided to do that, make that his job, but don't pay no attention to him. Anyway, we got some stuff we got to reveal. So, of course, we're going to be talking about the disappearance of Jamie Foxx. We're going to be talking about the death of Jacky O, Donda West, Kanye West. And I got some more. Stuff in the bag. But I'll tell y'all when we get to it. Okay. So it's not just that we're going to be covering that. We're going to really be diving deep. Like I said, this is really probably one of my most important lives I ever done. Okay. And God had been using me for like 2 weeks. 2-3 weeks maybe to put this together. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and get started. Okay. Tonight we're going to do some deep diving into the occult world and exposing some hidden truth. We're going to be identifying satanic rituals taking place, offerings and sacrifices, the significance and meaning of numbers, the use of the satanic calendar, and using information gathered from Wiccan text, context, and some biblical text. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you guys right now, if you can't handle it, if you can't take the heat, go ahead and get out the kitchen. Go ahead and get out the kitchen. I don't want nobody here that feels like this information would be too much for them. If it's too much for you, just go ahead and get out the kitchen. If I start, the reason why I want you guys to drop me a 2 if I start, because I don't want you guys to miss any of this. In fact, let me type it in the chat. Okay. All right. Can you guys hear me? I typed in the chat, drop a 2 if it starts buffering, because I don't want nobody to miss anything. So if it starts buffering, we'll have to just get back to it. Okay. I'm not looking for 1s and 2s in the chat. 1s if I can 4 and 2s if I can go back or stop. Okay. All right. So speaking about the meaning of numbers, and the reason why I wanted to do before I dive into what's going on with all of these celebrities and all of that stuff, I want everybody to have an understanding as to why it's important to pay attention to numerology. Okay, because you of the world, the numbers, significant numbers. Numbers are used in the physical and spiritual world. And the natural numbers are symbols in the natural. Slow it down. Am I still good? In natural, I don't know. Okay, happy. God, please. Okay, how do I sound now? Let's start this thing over. Let me know. Drop a one if y'all can hear me. I just switched the whole Wi-Fi thing because I don't know what's going on. And I made my kids turn TVs off, like everything. We on some serious business here. So we gonna start this thing over, okay? Let me go ahead and pull back up my stuff. Okay. I sound good. Do I sound good, y'all? Okay. All right. Anyway, let's get this show on the road. Like I said, the devil gonna be mad at me tonight, and y'all too. So y'all better have y'all swords and get ready, because he gonna be mad. Anyway, so tonight we're gonna be exposing occult secrecies, the truth behind the disappearance of Jamie Foxx, the death of Jacky Donda West, and Kanye West, and I got a lot more for y'all. It's not just that, I got a lot more for y'all that y'all gonna be hearing like throughout the presentation. Okay. All righty, so let's go because we're a little bit behind. Tonight we're going to do some deep diving into the occult world and exposing some hidden truths. We'll be identifying satanic rituals taking place, offerings, sacrifice, the significance and meaning of numbers, the use of satanic calendars, and using information that I've gathered from Wiccan context and using biblical texts. Okay. And if you guys are offended by any of this context, if you guys cannot take this type of information, like I said, this is not the lab for you because we about to do some deep diving. I had to dive to find this stuff, and y'all gonna have to dive if you wanted this stuff revealed to you. Plain as day. You can leave this chat room now and remain asleep, take the blue pill, or you can take the red pill, move on with me, and let's see what's really going on. Okay? All right. Salute, salute. Okay, so y'all, this is the reason why we have to consider numbers, okay? Because we live in a world of numbers, okay? In order for you to understand what's going on in the occult world, you got to understand they use numbers. And I'm going to give y'all like a briefing of the significance of numbers, all right? Numbers are used in the physical and in the spiritual world. In the natural, numbers are symbols or units that are a part of calculating and accounting system. But numbers also have a deeper symbolic meaning, which follows old age traditions and cultural beliefs, religion, and superstition. Okay, we live in a world that's made up of numbers. Pay attention, it's all around you. Dates, times, measurements, phone numbers, address, birthday, social security numbers, your vital signs, currencies, and numbers are also associated with superstition, religion. It's all throughout the Bible. It's a whole book of numbers in the Bible. The number 666, the number, and we all know what that means, right? The number of man, the number 144,000 Jews. Numbers is all throughout even your scriptures. Jewish Kabbalah, which they use gematria, science, mythology, witchcraft, magic. Y'all can't hear me? I got a 2. Okay, anytime I see 2, I'm going to stop because I'm thinking that y'all can't really hear me if I see a 2. So I'm gonna stop if I see a 2. I need to see it. I'm only going to move forward if I see a 1 because if I see a 2, I'm going to think that y'all not with me. Can y'all hear me? Y'all can hear me? Okay. All right. Yeah, it's numerology. It's everywhere, all around us. Numbers is all around us. All right. And so y'all know I have spoken to y'all before about the significance of the numbers 711 and 911. You hear me loud and clear. Good. Thank you, God. Okay. When y'all drop that 2, then that's what's gonna slow me down because I got to make sure everybody is, because it was a lot to put this thing together, but we're gonna get through it. So anyway, I have discussed with y'all about the significance of the meaning 711 and 911. Okay, we talked about it before. I showed y'all 711 and 911. Anytime it's of any big orchestrated event that's taking place, you will always see 711 and 911 attached to it, just like the World Trade Towers. You will always see 711 and 911. That's how you know that it's pretty much an orchestrated community type of event. You know, it's more than one. It's just not one person that's doing a sacrifice, but it's kind of orchestrated by an elite. You know, it's more than one person. It's more like it's kind of like a community type of sacrifice or ritual. So I'm gonna kind of show you guys what I mean by how powerful the meaning of 7-Eleven and 9/11 is. Before we dive into anything and speak about any of these celebrities, because in order for you guys to understand what's really going on behind the scenes, you have to understand that it's always something deep rooted. And so I want to be able to make sure that everybody understand what's going on for real. So you got to look at numbers. All right. So this article right here is pretty much talking about the meaning of the 7-Eleven and occult. Before I do that, I'm going to go on up a little bit more. And I'm not here to teach anybody about no angel numbers or none of that stuff. None of that stuff. I really just want you to kind of understand a meaning between 7-Eleven. Y'all know 7 is the number of perfection. 11 is the number. I think 11 means new beginnings. Right? Because, you know, 1 through 10 is like the end. 11 is the number of new beginnings. So when you combine it, 7 and 11, it's like perfection, new beginnings. You see what I'm saying? So in numerology, the number 7-Eleven is a blend of two powerful and very different vibrations, but two powerful vibrations. So this is the reason why you will see 7-Eleven as well as 9/11, and we're going to get off into 9/11 as well, surrounding any type of big events that's taking place, okay? And I always say when things, you know, is taking place like I said, like the World Trade Towers, pay attention how those numbers are always there. Or just a celebrity death. I'm going to go ahead and say it, death. Just understand those numbers is always there. Okay. All right. And in the occult meaning of 7-Eleven is associated with mythical symbol of Phoenix, which can burn itself and be reborn as a complete new and magical being. So number 7-Eleven is like a rebirth of magic. Okay. And I'm telling you guys, it's really significant because this is what these occult members use. Now, I'm going to be kind of going back and forth because I have to end one window and open up another one. So just bear with me. And I'm telling you, it's going to be worth your time. Okay. 7-Eleven in the Bible. 7-Eleven is very powerful. And even in the Bible, 7-Eleven is very powerful, and it describes the end times. I bet y'all didn't know that. The Bible believes that the number 7 is a synonym for perfection, like we just talked about, and that it is used to describe divine realities. The number 11 in Hebrew also means satisfied, and in the Bible is helping us realize how truly blessed we are if this number is unveiled to us. So y'all know occult pretty much always mirror the Bible and what we believe as believers. You always can see it it's like a mirror of the Bible. So 7-Eleven is just as relevant in the occult as it is in the Bible. All right. And again, like I said, I have to do a lot. And I'm going to show you guys why I said, and if y'all didn't believe me before, y'all going to believe me now, why I said 7-Eleven is nothing but the new 9/11. And I don't want to say it's the new 9/11 because they still use 9/11, but 7-Eleven is 9/11. 9/11 is 7-Eleven. So I'm going to show you guys a quick clip of President Trump actually using 7-Eleven instead of 9/11. If you guys can't hear, drop me a 2 and let me know so I can replay the video. So I want to make sure you guys can hear this.
I think what I want to do is I want to talk just for a second. I wrote this out, and it's very close to my heart because I was down there, and I watch our police and our firemen down on 7-Eleven, down at the World Trade Center right after it came down. And I saw the greatest people I've ever.
Okay. Did y'all hear him? Did y'all catch him? He's talking about 9/11, the events of 9/11, yet he said 7/11. Now remember, I've been telling y'all this since the beginning of when I started doing cases that 7/11 is 9/11. Okay, so when they talking about events, am I static again? When they talking about events, 9/11 events or 7/11 events, is pretty much the same. Can y'all still hear me? I'm gonna go back and play it again to make sure y'all heard it.
I think what I want to do is I want to talk just for a second. I wrote this out, and it's very close to my heart because I was down there, and I watch our police and our firemen down on 7/11, down at the World Trade Center right after it came down.
Now notice, he didn't say 5/11, he didn't say 2/11, he didn't say 6/11, he said 7/11. This is something that I've been telling y'all, but I'm glad I came across somebody who actually put it out there. So y'all can believe that these numbers is really powerful and have significant meaning. So, be that as it may, let's get back to our presentation. Okay, and I'm also going to show y'all 9/11 and why 9/11 is so significant, which I'm pretty sure you guys probably already noticed, but I'm going to also pull this up real quick just for those that don't know. Okay, and like I said, it might be hard for a lot of people to understand because this is stuff that you don't practice. This is the reason why you don't have this understanding, and that's okay. That's okay, because really me studying a lot of this stuff, I still don't understand it. Okay. But anyway, occult significance in 9/11. Now, a lot of people know that, whenever they talk about occult, they always point out 666. They always point out certain numeric numbers, but they don't pay attention to 7/11 and 9/11. I have not heard a lot of people that dig into stuff like this point out those two numbers. And those are the most significant occult numbers, right? Now, as far as 9/11, 9/11 represents the conjuring of a physical universe demonstrated through simple math. Now, I'm not going to go through all of this. If y'all want to go through all of this, y'all can do it yourself, but I'm just going to kind of give you like an overview of why we look into numbers and why the occult uses numbers to push forth their agendas. Using 1 multiplied by 9 and multiples of 11 literally reveals all the numbers except for 0. Okay, multiply 1111 times itself, and the result literally conjures in perfect order all numbers 1 through 9 and back down again to 1. So occult wisdom has held that this understanding of the number 9 compared to the number 11 as paramount to their understandings of the universe. They understand that this is the way the universe operates, okay? And that 9/11 reveals how to come to a full understanding of the prime aspect needed in order to conjure matter into existence from 0-point field. Now, like I said, if you guys don't understand it, that's fine. Because this ain't nothing that we do over here. I'm just giving you guys the significance of the numbers. Okay. Now I'm gonna stroll down a little bit because, like I said, I don't want to go off into all of that. In numerology and gematria, it is customary to count a 2-digit sum as reduced to a single digit unless it is a double digit, which is special. So in this case, 8-1 is counted, thus 8 plus 1, which reduces to 9, a single number. So, and I'm pointing this out to you guys, so when y'all see that I'm looking at some of these celebrity cases and I say, okay, well, here's 911, here's 711, and you guys might say, well, I don't see it. How did you get it? Well, I can pull it from a single digit or a double digit number. I can pull it and find it. So I'm going to show you guys when we go throughout the presentation, y'all to see exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, a single one is referred to as 1, while we could refer to 11 as ones or plural instead of saying 11. Okay, and also just to kind of give you all a little briefing, there are numbers as well as symbols openly displayed or subtly hidden everywhere. Owls, for example, or pentagram stars, pentagons, and other symbols, numbers, and shapes appear everywhere when it comes to the government, countries, and secret groups. as well as secret societies use numbers. Anyway, I'm gonna get off into the numbers. I'm gonna get away from the numbers for a minute. I just wanted to make sure y'all understand why we look into numbers and why we have to understand the significance of numbers. All right. So let's get started. Religions, occults, and sacrifices. Masons and members of occult secret societies pride themselves on being the enlightened ones with ancient knowledge and wisdom. Masons in particular are a secret frat which adopts the practices of all religions, including Christianity, and its occultist studies, practice, and rituals, and they pass all this information along as if it's some sort of new age teaching and hidden knowledge, when the Bible clearly says there is nothing new under the sun. Therefore, all one must do is seek, and you shall find. Now I put sad notes. Whenever I put sad notes, my sad notes is pretty much wisdom. Okay. Believe it or not, there are some Masonic pastors in the Christian faith, such as T.D. Jakes, Creflo Dollar, Joe Osteen, just to name a few. So you can be a Mason and a Christian at the same time. All right. Now God says you can't serve two masters. Of course, we know you will love one, you will hate the other. However, you have people that try to actually prove God wrong, and they'll commit their alliance and themselves to organization, and they'll also try to follow their religion. Okay, so that's why I said you have certain pastors in the Christian faith who are also Masons, and that's just a sad note. Okay, human sacrifice has taken place since the days of Kayne and Abel and have occurred virtually in every part of the world at some point in time and during every historical time period and religion, including within the orders of Christianity. Read Genesis 22 and Judges 11, 29 through 40. Now, I'm not going to read these things to you. Y'all can screenshot this presentation, this part of it, and go back and look for yourself. In the ancient days, there were many forms of human sacrifice. A common form. Now, y'all know I don't teach nothing to show nothing, because I'm not one of them capping YouTubers. Okay. If I'm going to say something and speak on something, I'm going to have the facts, the information, everything to prove what I'm saying. A common form of human sacrifice is, I cannot get this right, proprietary, I might be saying it wrong, human sacrifice, which is the main form of human sacrifice that was practiced by, for instance, the Maya and the Aztecs. It is also the form of human sacrifice that appears in the Bible and in the works of ancient Greek and Roman literature. I forgot how to pronounce that word. Proprietary, whatever. Human sacrifice is when a human being is ritually sacrificed to a special deity in order to curry favor with that deity. Some people don't know. So we have to let them understand that this is what a sacrifice is. Okay? Either to appease, I'm kind of like in a way of my own writing and can't see it. Either to appease God's wrath or the win of the deity's support for a specific endeavor. All right, so Kayne and Abel's offering and sacrifice. We kind of talked about this before, but I'm going to kind of dive into it a little bit more. What we can learn about the first offering and sacrifice. This was the first offering and sacrifice, was the offering of Kayne and Abel. Now, let me tell you guys, it's a reason, it's a cause for me diving into this stuff. So I'm leading up to something. Don't go nowhere. Abel offered unto God a lamb, but not just any lamb. He brought the first fruit of his flock, the firstlings of his flock, and the fattest of all his lambs. Kayne offered unto God the fruit of the ground, an earthly possession. The Bible didn't say anything special about this fruit. Now, remember, I told you guys before, the reason why God accepted Abel's offering over Kayne's offering was because of the offering, the type of offering that was brought to him. Okay. Side note, here is wisdom. Anytime I do side notes, here's wisdom. I want y'all to shout. Kayne's offering was a depiction of the fall of man, which was fruit. Abel's offering was a reflection of man's redemption, which was the lamb. Did anybody know that? So the reason why Kayne's offering was not accepted, because number one, he didn't put anything into it. He gave God an earthly possession. And not only did he give God earthly possession, he gave God the same thing that caused man to fall. Hello? Is anybody out there? While Abel's offering was a reflection of man's redemption that was to later come. It was like Abel's offering was prophetic. Now, if you guys missing that, the fruit is what caused the fall of man. The lamb is what redeemed man. I'm also going to tell y'all, God was not pleased with Cain's offering, but God said to Kayne, this is what a lot of people do. Everybody overlooked this part. God said to Kayne, why are you angry? You know, Kayne had his head held down. Why is your head down? If you do what is right, will you not be accepted? Listen to what he said to Kayne. But if you do not do what is right, sin is crouching at your door. It desires to have you, but you must rule over it. So God already knew that sin, Satan, was crouching at Cain's door and ready to have him. And God told him, but you must rule over it. But what did he do? He murdered his brother Abel and went back to work as if nothing happened. Kayne knew nothing about murder at this time. Okay? Kayne knew nothing about murder. Who taught Kayne about murder? Other than the fact that Abel slew his animal and it was pleasing to God, he knew nothing about murder. Kayne was deceived into sacrificing his brother because God already told us that the enemy was lurking. He was lurking. So a lot of people that's doing these sacrifices are deceived. They deceived. And people, they just thinking like, oh, Kayne was upset, you know, that God, you know, accepted his brother's offering. And then I thought this too, y'all, for a while until God started dealing with me. You know, so Kayne was upset, so Kayne just slew his brother. No, Kayne was literally deceived just like his mother. Kayne knew nothing about murder into sacrificing his brother. This is the first sacrifice that we see offered unto Satan. Y'all don't believe me? Pray on it. Okay, and I said Kayne gave up his brother Abel as a sacrifice. Kayne slaughtered his brother. That was the first human sacrifice and offering made to Satan. Evil had him. Offerings and sacrifice and religion. Now, if there's anything y'all don't agree with or anything that I might say wrong or anything that I might be off on, just let me know. Don't be afraid to talk to me in the chat. I'm watching, okay? Just as a story of Kayne, is everybody there with me? Drop me a one of y'all there. Just as a story of Kayne and Abel in ancient times, God, now this is offerings and sacrifices in religion, past and present. Just as with the story of Kayne and Abel in ancient times, God, people believe that God would only show favor on you if you gave him something, offering or sacrifice. In religion, the relationship between humans and deities, therefore, was seen as a transactional relationship, which is what we spoke about before, a relationship of quid pro quo, something for something. Today with religion, many will now, and I'm getting on myself too, today with religion, many will pray to God and ask for something, and they expect God to move just because they offer him prayer time or, you know, because they offer him prayer or time with him. Something for something, same thing. And like Kayne, we will get angry. People's heads will be held down when they do not get what they prayed for. This is an old, ancient, I'm going to say transactional relationship that do not apply to us Christians today. Here is wisdom. A pure relationship with the one and only Most High God should not be transactional and come with conditions. It should say transactional. A transactional relationship has been replaced with unconditional loving relationship. Your faith in God is your offering. Your body and living in holiness is your sacrifice. All right. And God will bless you as he sees fit. As 3 John 1:2 says, beloved, I pray that you may prosper in all things and be in good health, even as your soul prosper. And so a lot of times Christian problems is the reason why they fall away is because they don't want to wait on them. They don't want to wait on them. That's why a lot of times Christians, you know, will fall back into doing witchcraft and, you know, Wicca and, you know, and they can have a belief in God. They can be raised up in the church, but they don't want to wait on the Lord. They want it now. Why can't I have it now? I prayed to you. I fasted for a week. Why can't I get it now? Because they're still operating from the old, ancient transactional relationship. And that type of relationship comes with conditions, because those will be the same people that will walk away from God if they don't get what they want right then and there. That's not an unconditional loving relationship with God. Offerings and sacrifice in the world of the occult is still as it is today, a relationship of quid pro quo, something for something. Man gives a supernatural deity. Now we're looking at offerings and sacrifice in the world of the occult. Man gives a supernatural deity an offering, which is / sacrifice, that is pleasing to him in exchange for an atonement or blessings, materialistic things. Man's sacrifice must come from his own stock. Animals. Now, what I mean by man's sacrifice must come from his own stock, just as we seen with the story of Kayne and Abel, they presented something to God, right? So same thing in the world in the occult. Man's offering, man's sacrifice have to come from his own stock, which means it have to be one of his animals, his family or close friends. Someone who is signed to a particular record label, because once you sign to somebody, you become their stock, believe it or not. Somebody that's connected to somebody, people by blood relations, such as in secret societies, fraternities, sororities, and gangs. Okay, anybody that's connected to blood relations, y'all better be careful, because anybody from secret societies, fraternities, sororities, and gangs can sacrifice you as an offering, can give you up as an offering. The greater of the sacrifice, the greater the reward. All right, and this is the way these people think still today. The greater the sacrifice, the greater the reward. The offering of a human sacrifice was the ultimate sacrifice, the absolute gold standard. So not an animal, but a human was the ultimate gold standard of sacrifices. An offering so rich that if you made one, the gods would be bound to show you favor for it. The people chosen for a ritual sacrifice were usually the ones deemed most valuable, the young, the healthy, the physically attractive men and women. Do y'all understand? The fitter, the better looking the sacrificial victims were. The better, only the best were suitable offerings for the gods. Okay, the difference between sacrifice and ritual. Sacrifice is an act of slaughter, and I'm gonna go through sacrifice and the meaning, the biblical meaning, and the occult meaning. And I'm going to break it down with rituals as well. Like I said, I just wanted to kind of do an overview before we start getting into everything else. All right. So, and this is for those that doubt. For those that doubt that this stuff actually happens and taking place. If it didn't happen or take place, then why would the Bible speak on it? Why would the occult speak about it? Why could you literally look this stuff up and find a definition on it? All right. Sacrifice is the act of slaughtering an animal or a person. And this is the definition of it. Okay, just a Google definition of sacrifice is the act of slaughtering an animal or person or rendering a possession as an offering to God or to a divine or supernatural figure. Right? And a biblical reference in Old Testament, a sacrifice was a burnt offering. In New Testament, a sacrifice is you, because the Bible tells us, I appeal to you, therefore, brothers, by the mercies of God, to present your bodies as a living sacrifice, holy and acceptable to God, which is your reasonable service. The occult meaning of sacrifice is to present your best offering, what we just read, to a divine deity in exchange for something of value, something for something. Ritual. A ritual is a religious or solemn ceremony, consists of a series of actions performed according to a prescribed order. Now that's the Google definition for it. In biblical terms, Old Testament, a ritual is traditions. Okay, tribal traditions, just traditions. In New Testament, the Bible tells us that rituals is to hold on to the traditions that was taught from the old. So then, brothers, stand firm and hold to the traditions that you were taught by us, either by our spoken word or by our letter. Occult meaning of rituals is to imply a body of knowledge and practice practices, including mastery of magic, passed down in secret by a selected group of masters. Okay. Now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull up this satanic. Let me see. I don't even have it ready for me. I thought I had it ready. Hold on, y'all. Let me get it real quick. I'm gonna pull up this satanic calendar, and I'm gonna pull it up for a purpose, and I also have some notes. And I think y'all want to listen to this real quick. I think y'all definitely want to listen to this real quick. Okay. Now, I've actually showed this before. I don't know if everybody remember, but I actually showed this before. When doing other cases, and I'm gonna show it again real quick. So let me pull it up. Okay, I got it. Let me pull it up. And then I'm gonna grab my notes so we can look into using this to basically prove that some of these people who we're gonna be looking into with okay, y'all see it? Or if y'all can't hear me, drop a 1. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait before I go through this, so y'all drop a 1 so I can make sure y'all hear me good. I do not need this part right here to be broken up. Fading in and out. Okay. Okay, because we're not gonna move through this if it's fading in and out. What about now? Can y'all hear me now? Hey Mildred, drop me a 1 if y'all can hear me, and I'll go ahead and go through this real quick. I have no idea what in the world is going on. Can y'all hear me? Okay, y'all can hear me? Okay, all right, good. All right, so I'm gonna go through this real quick. Now, you might want to screenshot this calendar because we're gonna be using it later on in the presentation. So y'all hear what I'm saying, that you might want to screenshot it because I'm not going to be going back and forth in and out this window. All right, but this is the calendar that I used before I actually it was brought to my attention during the time I was doing a Kanika Jenkins case. And immediately I knew I was on to something. Okay. That calendar pretty much confirmed what it was I was already being shown in the spirit. Now let me show you guys, if you guys don't remember. Okay, so we have September the 7th. Now, remember, I've always said I believe that, this was my belief and my theory when it came to Kanika Jenkins. I always believed that something happened around between the 6th and the 9th. I believe that they got the first room on the 6th. Okay, so I always believe from the 6th through the 9th is when the rituals took place, as well as the sacrifice. And look on here, right here, September the 7th was the marriage to the beast. And if you look at the marriage to the beast, it says infant to 21 years of age, female. Okay, remember I pointed that out before. Okay, so on the September the 7th, if my findings was correct, which I definitely believe it was, on September the 7th was the marriage to the beast, and a sacrifice would have to occur, and it would have to be a female up until the age of 21 years old. She was 19. Hello? Okay. Marriage to the beast is an indoctrination ceremony in the occult world, basically. All right. It's pretty much them being indoctrinated into organization, or they could have been indoctrinated into Masons, what some might have thought was the Illuminati, but they couldn't go. But anyway, I'm just saying. A marriage to the beast is an indoctrination ceremony. And if you all paid attention, all the participants was ranked up in their field. Now, remember, I point out the fact that almost everybody that participated, at least the main participants, when it came to Kenneka Jenkins' case, they were all ranked up. Okay, because they all performed a ritual and a sacrifice on on the 7th, which are surfacing, like when we saw pictures of her surfacing, like the one suit that she had on, and she was like laying on the floor, was like leaning over her. We said, I believe it. Marriott and Crown Plaza, all three of them played a part. When KJ Sean said, G, that's satanic and ritual talk. All of these rituals would have taken place. Like if I keep going out, I don't know if I can continue. I don't know if I can continue today if I keep going. Like I might have to go to a library or something and finish this. I don't know if I can continue this. Okay, yeah, if I keep breaking up, I might have to reschedule it because I don't know if I can continue this live and I'm breaking up the way I am. I really want to be able to get this stuff out, but if it's breaking up bad, I might have to reschedule it. I'm sorry, y'all. I can't. I cannot do this. I cannot do this at all. And I have no idea what what's going on to kind of make it better. Like I've got every window closed. I got everybody logged off their Wi-Fi, TV, all of that. So if my streaming is too powerful for my network, then I'm gonna have to switch networks to do something. I have to reschedule this because I can't do this. It's like really, really irritating. So do y'all think I should just go ahead and reschedule it? Maybe try to figure something out in the next few days. Maybe my birthday is actually in a couple days. So it won't be this week if I reschedule it. It'll actually be next week. What do y'all think? Because going through this right here, I don't know if I'm speaking to myself, if y'all could hear me. I don't know if it's static in, and it's so important. This information is so important. We're like, I might need to go somewhere else to actually put this out to make sure we don't have these issues. I tried to get through it, and if it keep happening, and I switched everything around. Like I went through a lot to kind of make sure this don't happen. I don't know where we last left off at. I don't know what y'all heard. Like this is crazy. I really don't. Anyway, I'm gonna try to get through it. Okay, and if I can, if it keep going through this, then we're gonna have to just reschedule it. Okay. All right, but anyway, like I said, with Kanika Jenkins, we saw the marriage to the beast. It was an infant through the age of 21 years old. A sacrifice being done, and like I said, I've always leaned on the side of her. Whatever took place between the sixth and the seventh. I'm sorry, between the sixth and the ninth. All right, because the 369 is also a number that they use in black magic. Okay, and I think I've explained that to y'all before, and we looked into that before. And it's this whole little thing with me breaking up and stuff is like really driving me crazy. Oh my God, it's driving me crazy, y'all. Okay, so remember when Kenneth Tarr said he lifted her soul? That's ritual talk. That's ritual talk, y'all. And when Kenneth Tarr called him and Rashawn Jesus and Lucifer, that is satanic ritual talk. Pay attention. Our rituals would have taken place between the 6th through the 9th, because 369 will also a ritual. 369 is black magic, and it will also assist in a ritual. And trust and believe, a lot of these celebrities, a lot of these people know. Oh my gosh. It looked like I broke up. 6 is where it began. The 7th was the marriage of the beast, which was the indoctrination ceremony. And the 9th is when other rituals took place, such as soul lifting. Can y'all hear me? They will transition the which is what many do when they make an offering or sacrifice to one of their deities. I don't even know if y'all hear me. Like, I don't even know right now if y'all can hear me. And I'm getting so frustrated at this point. Y'all can't hear me. I'm getting so frustrated at this point. Y'all can hear me. All right. Also, I want y'all to take a look at October 31st, November the 1st. Rapper Takeoff. Rapper Takeoff lost his life on, and this is somebody I hadn't spoke on before, but I want to just go ahead and call it out while we're looking at this calendar. The rapper Takeoff lost his life on October 31st, leading to November the 1st. Some people said, well, it wasn't Halloween. He died on November the 1st because it was after 12 o'clock. It was 2:30 in the morning, so it was technically not October the 31st, but it was November the 1st. Well, according to this calendar, according to the satanic calendar, October 31st is a Halloween night, a Hallows Eve type of ritual where any age, male or female, now I don't give a specific age like in Kanika's case did. This one actually says on October 31st, any age, male or female. And also November the 1st as well. So the ritual could have been carried out from October the 31st to November the 1st, because it's pretty much the same. On November the 1st, it's still a holy day related to Halloween. So thank you, God. That's the reason why, instead of people coming on social media and arguing a lot of times, sometimes just open a book, do some research, do some reading, because I've seen a lot of people argue the fact that Takeoff was not a sacrifice that was done on Halloween night because it was November the 1st. But guess what? November the 1st, according to the satanic calendar, is still a holy day related to Halloween. Can y'all hear me? It's still a holy day related to Halloween. Again, November the 1st, a human sacrifice, any age, male or female. So the rapper Takeoff, I would actually say he was sacrificed. He was sacrificed. And I'm going to be bold. I'm going to be bold in the stuff that I say today, because before, God had to deal with me with being bold. Y'all didn't know that, but it was a lot of stuff that I wanted to say, a lot of people I wanted to call out. And I was really, pulling back from, doing this type of stuff, because I was like, I don't want these people coming after me. I don't want people mad at me. I don't want, they fans hating me, all of this stuff. But, I'm bold today. I am so bold. So yeah, the rapper Takeoff was a sacrifice on Halloween. Even though it was November the 1st, it was still a holy day related to Halloween. And I do believe that I do believe that Takeoff was sacrificed by Quavo. Now, if a lot of people don't believe that, hey, that's on you. And I've heard people say, well, how could an uncle sacrifice his nephew? Well, how could a brother sacrifice his brother? This has been going on since the days of Cain and Abel. Hello? Okay, Takeoff was a sacrifice to be for Quavo to be inducted, another type of induction ceremony to mob ties. And if you guys don't know who these people are, look it up. They got plenty of videos on YouTube. But this is my confirmation right here that he was sacrificed by Quavo to be inducted into mob ties. Now understand, mob ties is not just the Houston affiliates like J. Prince Jr. and Jazz. And no, mob ties is actually bigger than what a lot of people think. Trust me on that. All right. Mob ties are combined. It's a unity of a lot of different CEOs and rappers and people in the industry. Birdman is mob tie. Yo Gotti is mob tie. Gucci Man is mob tie, just to name a few. Okay. Just to name a few. Shaquella Robinson. Shaquella Robinson passed away just like Takeoff on October the 29th. Look at October 29th. That was a satanic holiday, a holy day to Halloween. Not September, October the 29th. Okay. Shaquella Robinson passed away was murdered, should I say, on October the 29th. According to this calendar, that was also a holy day related to Halloween. Blood sacrifice, any age, male or female. So a lot of times when you see the sacrifices or somebody's murder being taken place anytime around Halloween, like around October the 28th through maybe November the 1st or the 4th, you can bet your bottom dollar it was dedicated to Halloween. It was a Halloween night type of ritual, and a sacrifice at that point could be any age, male or female. All right. God wants you all to know that there are more witches roaming this earth than there are Christians. Holla at me. There are more Wiccans practicing black magic on this earth than there are those who's walking according to the Bible. In fact, some Christians are dabbling into dark magic and don't even realize it. African witchcraft has been adopted by Black America as if it's a new religion and a way to manifest one's desires. Because remember, they don't want to wait on them. So a lot of times they leave, they walk away from what was installed in them from the very beginning of time. And they decide to dabble in witchcraft to try to manifest their desires. These occult practices are being done in the dark, but God says all that's hidden shall be exposed. Okay, now let me get back to the presentation. Are y'all with me? Before we move forward, are y'all there? Because I know y'all like, when is we gonna get into Jamie Foxx and all of that? We gonna get there. We gonna get there. Okay. For God says in Luke 8:17, for nothing is hidden except it shall be revealed, nor has anything been secret, but that will come to the light. All right, you guys. So if you guys don't believe, like I said, that lifting the soul is a satanic ritual, as Kenneth Tark stated. It's a video. You can look up Ken Bob. I didn't want to play the video. I'm not going to play the video. If you guys just want to watch the video, you can go to his YouTube channel and find the video. This video was made 9 years ago. It is the actual satanic ritual called lifting out the soul. So like I told you guys, when they was at them hotel rooms for them days, not day, before them days, there were rituals being performed. And one of the rituals was soul lifting. How did this man know that? He knew it was called soul lifting because he's a part of an occult. He's a part of a brotherhood or whatever y'all want to call it. Okay, to tickle your fancy, whatever you want to call it. He's a part of something that's deeper than what a lot of people realize and get off into. Okay, and that's the reason why he called him his partner, Jesus and Lucifer. All right, but let me see. I cannot go further without saying this right here, because this is just for anybody that want to dibble and dabble into soul lifting and dark magic. Ezekiel 13:18-22, and says, thus says the Lord, woe to the women who sew magic bands upon our wrists and make veils for the heads of persons of every stature in the hunt of souls, in the hunt for souls. Will you hunt down souls belonging to my people and keep your own soul alive? Oh my God. Jesus. Woo. Did y'all hear what God said? Would you hunt down the souls that belong to my people? These people belong to me, but keep your very own soul alive? You have profaned me among my people for handfuls of barley and for pieces of bread, putting to death souls who should not die, and keeping alive souls who should not live. By your lying to my people who listen to lies. Therefore, thus says the Lord, behold, I am against your magic bands, with which you have hunted the souls like birds, and I will tear them from your arms, and I will let the souls from whom you witch hunt go free, the souls like birds. Your veils also I will hand. It's real small for me to read, y'all. No, your veils I will also tear off and deliver my people out of your hand, and they shall be no more in your hand as prey. And you shall know that I am the Lord, because you have disheartened me, the righteous, falsely. You have disheartened the righteous falsely. Although I have not grieved him, and you have encouraged the wicked, that he shall not return from his evil way to save his life. Y'all, the Lord acknowledged this. I mean, the Lord literally acknowledged people that go around lifting souls and hunting people down and making sacrifices into his people. So I have to put that out there before anybody think, Malika gave me some Jews and I might want to manifest some stuff, conjure up some demons, and I just can't take it no more. I can't wait on the Lord. Look what he said he's gonna do to you. Okay, y'all still with me? We're going to get off into some people, into some stuff. We're going to talk about some stuff today. But like I said, I want to make sure that I got y'all attention. I want to make sure I'm not staticking before I move forward. So drop me a 1, okay? I see Sweet Pea said yes. Okay, so Jacky O. Let's talk about Jacky O. Jacky O, who was born Jacqueline Smith, died in Miami on May 31st in who died in Miami on May 31st, 1989. It shouldn't have said 1989. She did not die in 1989 at age 33. So maybe I hear her 1989 was actually the day that she that was her birth year. Okay, so just erase that, y'all. Okay, she died in 2023 at age 33. She was found unresponsive in her hotel room after returning from a mommy makeover, a type of plastic surgery. Jacky O was the longtime partner of singer, comedian, and television star DC Young Fly. The couple shared 3 children together. Now, this is pretty much just an overview of who we're talking about, but some people might not know her. Okay, and this is the question: was Jacky's death an offering to a greater cause? Jacky O was raised by her single father, Mr. Keith Smith, and in a recorded conversation with a blogger, y'all can actually hear on YouTube, that her father states that her death was undoubtedly foul play. He, quote, even Stevie Wonder could see that. So my question is, was Jacky O offered up as a sacrifice? Why would somebody want Jacky O deleted? What would be the cause and effect for that? Now, we always have to ask ourselves that, because people don't, especially people dying young and in good health and disappearing young and in good health. We got to ask ourselves questions. We can't just be believing everything that we hear from the media, especially. All right. The satanic sacrifice of Jacky O. Now we look at her death date. Her death date, May 31st, which is 9. and it should say, like, I must have been moving fast through her stuff right there, but it should have said 2023. But she died on May 31st, which is a celebration of spring equinox. Like I said, it's on the calendar. Y'all have to go back to it. The spring equinox is between March the 20th through June 21st. All right, and it was a human sacrifice female. So the time frame that she passed away was for female. It says specifically for female human sacrifices. This is the reason why I said that calendar was really significant in my studies, because it pretty much confirmed what I'm already digging into or believing anyway. When it says human sacrifice female specifically, now I can see if she was a male, then it's kind of like, oh, okay, well, he's a male, so it couldn't be during that time. No, it says specifically a female. She passed away during the spring equinox. Am I pronouncing it right? On May 31st. Okay, so here's the part I was looking for. The satanic ritual, the month of Jacky O's death, 5. The day of the ritual, 31st. Okay, which you get 9. The funeral date, she had 2 funerals, remember. It was one on 6/10 and it was one on 6/17. And I actually didn't understand why they had 2 funerals, but hey, it happens. But if you add the dates up, like I said, with the day of her passing was 5/31 is 9. If you look at the 6/10 and 6/17, now if you just look at the 6/10 and the 6/17, you get 7/11 from the 7, the 1, and the 1. Now remember what we saw. This is the reason why I showed you guys the numerology in the very beginning. I can just literally pull the 1/1, the 11. So that go to 7/11 right there. That's force. That's energy. That's power. Okay. 6 plus 6 is 12. So I can say 6 plus 6 is 12, and I can take that 2 from the 12 and I can add it to that 7, right? And I can say 9. 7 plus 2 is 9, right? So this will be, with both funerals included, 7/11 and 9/11 type rituals. And like I said, it's 7/11, 9/11. Whenever you see a 7/11, 9/11, it's normally something corporate. It's normally something that's more than one person is involved in it. Okay? Now, if y'all didn't understand me, tell me to back it up or something. I'll back it up. All right? So, yes. And let me also say, because I don't know if I put it on here, with this obituary, I also want to point out the fact that her birthday, I know a lot of y'all probably seen her birthday was wrong. Did I say it on here? No, I didn't say it on here. Her birthday was actually wrong in the blog sites. She was actually 33 years old. She was born in 89, not 90. So remember, we seen this before too with another case that we was looking into, and they had 2 different birthdays for her. And I'm like, how come the parents, the friends, how come nobody said nothing? Like, how come all of these blogs is just going crazy with this story and did not even confirm her birthday? Jacky was 33 years old. 33, we all know, is the Masonic number. We know that 33 is actually a Grand Mason number. She was 33 years old, not 32. She was born in 89, not 90. Okay? And so it's just crazy to me that the fact that all these blogs did not want to put her real age out there for whatever reason, and then here it is on this obituary, was the same obituary DC Young Fly shared on his Instagram. On the obituary, it says 1989. And I'm sorry that this obituary is kind of blurry, you guys, so you might have to actually pull it up and look at it. Okay. Who would benefit the most from sacrificing the life of Jacky O? Whenever there's a sacrifice, this is the question one should ask themselves, because all roads lead back to money, fame, and superficial things. Y'all still with me? Okay. Hey, look into DC Young Fly, Jacky O's longtime partner. Disclaimer, in no way am I making any accusations against DC Young Fly, her daddy, and nobody. However, to answer the question, who would benefit the most from the death of Jacky O, one would have to be honest and say DC Young Fly, Wildin' Out TV, MTV, Viacom Corp. Now, that's just what I'm, DC Young Fly, MTV, Viacom Corp would be the ones to benefit the most. Be that as it may, because if Viacom make a sacrifice for somebody who they probably had an insurance policy with. I mean, you just never know. Or if they just want to make an offering, they would actually benefit as well. So don't just say DC Young Fly, but also MTV and Viacom. And like I said, I believe that this was a corporate type of sacrifice. Be that as it may, I'm going to point out a few concerns that I have when it comes to DC Young Fly. I did that before in the video, and I'm going to do it again. Okay, and the reason why I'm doing this is because a lot of people don't believe that DC Young Fly had anything to do. They said, okay, he could not have sacrificed Jacky. He loved that woman. But I didn't hear a lot of people saying he didn't do it because he loved that woman. If anything, I heard more people saying he couldn't do it because he was a man of God. Because he appears to be a Christian, a man of God. Many who were close to Jacky stated that Jacky recently found God, right? We heard about that and decided to give her life to God. This new profound proclamation comes just a few months before her passing. Her longtime partner, DC Young Fly, was also said to have publicly displayed his faith in God. Both were presumed to be Christians and share the same beliefs and walk with God. Now, I can't speak for Jacky O's faith, but I am going to raise questions whether or not DC is the man of God / Christian that he portrays to be. And this is the reason, and I'm doing this not to really, because I don't think this man gonna see this video, okay? I'm doing this because I'm really trying to wake some people up. Stop saying that just because somebody say God, 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 that they talking about your God, or they talking about the God. The purpose of putting his faith into question is because many have excluded DC Young Fly possible involvement in Jacky's death simply because of who he portrays to be. I've never heard nobody say anything about the fact that he loved her so desperately, so deeply. Mostly everybody always say because of who he portrays to be. Throughout the years, DC has publicly displayed his faith in God by posting pictures wearing faith gear. He can be seen in photos, praying before shows, and also quoting scriptures from the Holy Bible, which includes the New Testament. But also in my previous video, DC Young Fly Denies Christ, DC has openly confessed that Jesus has not openly confessed that Jesus is the Son of God and is God, which is the fundamentals of the New Testament and our Christian faith. So if DC does not believe that Christ is more than just a prophet, then how can he be a Christian? Okay, DC Young Fly Deception, believed to be Christian. And these are articles that I just found. DC Young Fly Religion. This is just articles out there speaking about his religion. Is Jacky O, aka Jacky O partner, a Christian or Muslim? The article says DC Young Fly religion is Christianity. Another article said he has echoed, this is talking about the funeral. He has echoed similar sentiments of his Christian faith, bringing him through the hardship during his eulogy at his partner's funeral. He has echoed similar sentiments. So when he was talking about Joseph, okay, at the funeral, of course, everybody feel like, well, he's talking about Joseph. He got to be a Christian. No, he does not. And I'm going to prove to you he is not. And I'm sorry for those that don't want to believe it. I'm sorry for those who gets upset. It is what it is. He's not a Christian. Now here's some, can y'all hear me? Are y'all with me? Drop a 1. Here's some stuff that he posts about God. You know, I want to publicly thank God for the things he is doing privately. Keep God at the center of your life. And here's him actually posting a scripture from Matthew 9:29. Because of your faith, it will happen. So you would think that if a person is confessing to be a Christian, and you would think that a person that's quoting scriptures, especially from the New Testament, would know who Jesus is, or would believe that he was more than a prophet, right? Let me just say this for those who don't believe. Who is Jesus, Yeshua, from the Holy Bible? My daughter get a lot of pop-ups on here too. And this could be the reason why it's slowing down. It's slowing everything down. Okay. So anyway, Isaiah 7:14. I'm quoting from the old and the new. from the old and the new, because I don't want nobody to just talk about Jesus wasn't in the Old Testament. Yes, he was talked about in the Old Testament. Okay, Isaiah 7:14. Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. The virgin will conceive and give birth to a son, and will call him Emmanuel. And so not only does it confirm the birth of Jesus that's coming, it also confirmed that Jesus will be God with you, because Emmanuel means God is with us. So if you guys wonder why, because somebody asked me this, why God did not speak a lot in the New Testament, it's because God was with them. He did. He spoke in the body of Jesus. He did. Emmanuel means God is with us. In John 3:16, we all know this scripture, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever should believe in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. And it didn't say, for God so loved the world that he gave his only prophet, or he gave his best prophet. God would have said that if that's what he meant. Or it would have said, the virgin will conceive and give birth to a prophet. Now, if you guys don't know about the fact that he did not accept the fact that Jesus was more than a prophet, go back to my video where I actually poured it out, where I actually explained it and I pointed it out. All right. And then here we got another scripture, which is Isaiah 53, where it talks about Jesus again. And nobody else could fit this description, past or present, but Jesus. Now, I'm not going to read this whole thing, but starting with verse 4. Surely he has borne our griefs and carried our sorrows. Yet we esteemed him stricken, smitten by God, and afflicted. But he was pierced for our transgressions. He was crushed for our iniquities. Upon him was a chastisement that brought us peace. And with his wounds, we are healed. All were like sheep have gone astray. We have turned everyone to his own way. Who else is this talking about? Who else, past or present, could fit this description? And talking about he was oppressed and he was afflicted, yet he opened not his mouth, like a lamb that was led to the slaughter. Come on now. This is just for those that don't believe he is who he said he is. Jesus asked his disciples this question for a purpose. Okay, if anybody pay attention to the New Testament, Jesus asked his disciples, who do you say I am? Why y'all think he asked him, who do you say I am? Why do you think Jesus asked his disciples, who do you say I am? Because he knew it was going to be a lot of talk about who he was. He knew a lot of, and guess what one of the people said? A prophet. So it don't surprise me when I hear certain people that confess to be a Christian say that Jesus is a prophet, because this is what their reply was. Some say John the Baptist, others say Elijah, and still others that one of the prophets of long ago has come back to life. So a lot of people that was confessing to be a Christian and walking with Jesus a lot of his disciples didn't even know who he was. They all thought he was a prophet as well. And then he said, but what? Don't tell me about what everybody else is saying. And I noticed a lot of people left when I started talking about Jesus. I don't care. I love Jesus. I love the Lord, and I would never denounce him, deny him, and I don't care what nobody think or how nobody feel. He will be a part of this presentation. He will be a part of whatever I do in life. He will be a part of my life. Me and my house, we're going to serve the Lord. So I don't care. Y'all can leave. Don't ever come back. All right, it don't bother me. So Jesus told his disciples, I don't want to hear who everybody else say you are. Who do you say I am? Peter was the only one that knew exactly who he was. You guys, Messiah. Matthew relates that Peter did more than just identify Jesus as the Christ. He also proclaimed Jesus' divine nature. You are the Messiah. You are the Son of the living God. So he knew, okay, and I should have had his response right there. Jesus knew that the only way Peter had that revelation is because it was given to him by God the Father. So think about it. For DC Young Fly to not acknowledge Jesus as being anything more than a prophet, that means that God the Father did not give him the revelation. Because anybody that's a confessing Christian that knows that Jesus is the Messiah and the Son of God, it's because God the Father himself have given him that revelation. So what God, again, is you talking about? He who denies the Son is an antichrist. Here it says in the Bible, little children, is the last time, and ye shall heard that Antichrist shall come. Even now there are many antichrists, whereas we know that it is the last time. They have went out from us, but they were not of us. Okay, so I'm pointing that out because it's a lot of Christians, a lot of confessing Christians, a lot of believers who started off as believers, who started off as Christians, but guess what? They don't believe Jesus. Now they've fallen away from Jesus. They claim they still following the Most High. They still up under the Most High. They still serve the Most High, but they denying Jesus. Because guess what? If you went from out us, then you never was with us. You was never with us. So God says, you, my dear, are an antichrist. Don't have conversations with me when it comes to Jesus, and you don't believe that Jesus is the Son of Man. You don't believe that Jesus is the Son of God. You don't believe that Jesus is God. Don't have conversations with me because your spirit is of the Antichrist. But ye have an unction from the Holy One, and ye know all things. And y'all know why I know all things? Because I have an unction from the Holy One. That's why. The Bible tells us to test the spirits. 1 John 2:18 say, those who deny the Father deny the Son. 1 John 4:1-6 said, those who deny Jesus has come into the flesh. Because also there's another scripture, 1 John 4:1-6, those who deny Jesus come into the flesh is also the Antichrist. So those that deny that Jesus ever came into the flesh and walked the earth is Antichrist. Those who once follow Jesus or call themselves a Christian, follow God, but call themselves a Christian, but deny Jesus, you are also an Antichrist. Don't have no conversations with me. So if DC Young Fly is not a Christian, then what is his confessing religion? What is his confessing religion? What is his confession faith? Because we hear him talk about God all the time, right? So if he's not a Christian, then what is his confessing faith? And I'm saying this, you guys, because for me it's important. Okay, for others it may not be, but for me, I was always taught, and I've always stand by this. I don't trust people a lot. I maybe don't trust people at all, but I especially don't trust people who are not filled with the Holy Spirit. I do not trust people that do not have the Holy Spirit in them. I'm already a person that barely like and trust people. Okay, if it's a person that don't have the Holy Spirit in him or denies Jesus, I really don't trust you. I really don't trust nothing you say, and I can see right through you, because to me, the main fruit is the fact that you deny Christ. I don't need to see nothing else. DC's faith is a confessing Hebrew Israelite that does not acknowledge Jesus as being more than just a prophet. Now, let me just say this. And then he also have a post that he did every time I say something about Hebrew. He didn't say Jesus. He said every time I say something about Hebrew, they slow down my algorithm. I'm going to keep informing my people who we are, you dig? And I'm going to keep informing my people who he is, you dig? Because you can't know who you are if you don't know who he is. Oh, Lord, come on now. Come on now. I have nothing. As a matter of fact, I am a Hebrew Israelite. You are a Hebrew Israelite. Hey, I believe that. I believe that. My name in Hebrew means queen. This knowledge I already know. Okay. God already shared it with me. Lior means the light. So my name literally means queen, the light in Hebrew. So trust me, I have nothing against the fact that he's a Hebrew, his Israelite. And he's a confessor, and he wants to spread the truth of who everybody is. The only thing I have a problem with is that he's a Hebrew Israelite who doesn't acknowledge Jesus as being the son of the Father and God. That is what I have a problem with. and God in the flesh. Because remember, I spoke to y'all before and I said, you know, Jesus was there at the beginning of time. Jesus was the word that became flesh. Jesus was in God in the very beginning. He was in God. He was the one that spoke the world into existence. When Jesus walked the earth and became manifest, God was in him. The roles reversed. When he began to walk the earth, now God is in him. When he left the earth and he left us his Holy Spirit, the Holy Spirit is in us. Together, we are in the body. It's all about the word in. I-N. We are in the body. The Holy Spirit is in us. Jesus was in God. God was in Jesus. Okay? So that is what I believe. That is my belief. So you can't pick apart Jesus and God. You can't separate them. You can't pick them apart. Because Jesus was in God from the beginning. When he formed the foundations of the earth, of the world. So people that say, well, you know, he wasn't mentioned or spoken of or being seen until the New Testament. That's when he came through the womb of a virgin. He came through the womb and he became manifest. He's been there since the very beginning. You can't pick them apart. That's just like saying, I believe in Jesus, but not the Holy Spirit. I believe in God, but not Jesus. I believe in the Holy Spirit, but not God. I believe in the Holy Spirit, but not Jesus. You cannot pick apart. They are three in one. You cannot pick them apart. So a person that believes in God and don't believe in Jesus is like into an antichrist. And I have no conversation for you. Period. Okay. So like I said, he's a confessing Hebrew Israelite. This is his religion. So everybody need to wake up and understand that. When he's talking about God, he serves a different God. I don't care what nobody say. He serves a different God. It ain't my God. Okay, because my God said he gave me an only begotten son that's going to take away my iniquities, who's going to take away my transgressions. By his stripes I am healed. He going to advocate for me. So that's what I'm sticking with, because I know dang on well I can't follow all 600 and something of God, if it's maybe more of God's commandments. I'm not going to be able to follow all of them perfectly, because ain't no man going to be perfect. Ain't no man going to be without sin. The number of man is 6. Which means we will always fall short. The number of perfection is 7. The number of man is 6, which means man will always fall short of perfection. Always. So go ahead and y'all keep trying to walk accordingly and perfectly to all God's commandments without thinking you're going to need a redeemer. Go ahead and keep doing it if that's what you choose to do. But me and my house, we're going to serve the Lord. Anyway, the problem that I have with some Hebrew Israelites is the fact that they travel down a rabbit hole until they end up in the abyss. Okay. It's okay to do your reading. It's okay to be enlightened. It's okay to study. But when you begin to travel down a rabbit hole and you go so far down this rabbit hole, you end up losing the very faith and foundation that you once stood on. It starts cracking. And now all of a sudden you done fell into the abyss and trying to tell somebody else how to live. And what to believe. Come on. Black Hebrew Israelites, just to name a few. And they also have spoke out about being a Black Hebrew Israelite. And I believe that DC Young Fly got his knowledge, his wisdom, got a lot of his teaching and stuff from his mentor, Nick Cannon. You know, if you guys watch Wild and Out, Nick Cannon used to wear the turbans and all that stuff. Nick Cannon been a confessing Hebrew Israelite. And then, like I said, that's fine. I'm not against it. I love when my people wake up and they know who are the real Israelites. And I love when my people awaken to this knowledge and understanding. I've awakened to this knowledge and understanding years ago, but I never walked away from my Messiah, my Savior, and which I would never do. Okay. You also have people like Kanye West, who also is a confessing Black Hebrew Israelite. But the difference is Kanye West have not denied Christ, at least at least now. I don't know if I think he did before, maybe, I don't know. But the fact of, Christ, Jesus being, God, I have never heard Kanye deny that. So you have some Hebrew Israelites who, like DC Young Fly, don't acknowledge Jesus as being God, or the Son of God. But you also have some that acknowledge him as being God and the Son of God, like Kayne. Okay, and so y'all also see that in Hollywood, in the music industry, there are a lot of celebrity Black Hebrew Israelites. This is just a few, but we also got T.I., who I didn't have room to put his picture up there. We also got Brandon T. Jackson. I can't think of all of them off the top of my head, but a lot of times when celebrities want to quote unquote find God, they always find themselves first. Thank you, Jesus. They always find themselves first, it seemed like. And so they immediately go into being a Black Hebrew Israelite. All right. And then, they can go the way of, not acknowledging the New Testament or believing in completely 100% of the Bible, or they can go into believing, one of the other. But like I said, the only thing that I have a problem with is not the fact that, Hebrew Israelites, know who they are. It's just the fact that once they know who they are, now they start traveling down an even deeper hole, because now they eating of the fruit of knowledge and wisdom. And now they're trying to get all this knowledge and wisdom, but what they're getting is knowledge and wisdom from the world. And they fall off. They lose themselves. Okay, DC Young Fly makes a statement that Black women are the most gorgeous human being on this earth. No cap. Okay, DC makes a post about Black women, which is the mindset of the typical Black Israelite. Okay, in which many does not have a Black or Hebrew baby mama or wife. Lord have mercy. So you hear a lot of Black Hebrew Israelites confessing the fact that that Black women are queens and Black women are Nubians and they are Nubian goddesses, but a lot of them don't have a Black woman on their arm. And out of this slab right here, Kyrie Irving has a biracial woman. Nick Cannon have Daniel all biracial baby mamas. Kanye West, I guess she a white baby mama woman. Only one except Ice Cube. Ice Cube will probably be the only one to actually have a Black woman. So you have a lot of Hebrew Israelites that give praises to the Black woman, but yet instead they don't have one on their arms. For DC Young Fly to make a post like this, he didn't have a Black woman on his arm. I don't care what nobody say. Jacky O was a beautiful biracial woman. However, she was not a Black woman. Biracial is biracial. Black is Black. If DC felt this way, why not get into a partnership and have children by a Black woman? So this is what makes me wonder, did DC actually respect his union that he had with Jacky O? Did he actually see the mother of his children as the most gorgeous human being on this earth? Because you said Black women are the most gorgeous human being on this earth. Well, you have a biracial woman. You don't have a Black woman. So that makes me question, how did he see his woman? The woman that he laid down with, the woman that he chose to have children by. All right. Side note, this is my belief. I believe that many of the Black Hebrew celebrities, we talk about celebrities, do not take a Black woman as a wife or a baby mama. It's simply because they prefer to make biracial babies. Period. But question, do they see the non-Black woman or biracial woman as Nubian queens and goddesses, as they call the Black woman? He ain't make her a wife. He just made her a baby mama. He just made her a baby mama. And that's another thing. If he saw her as his Nubian queen or his goddess after 8 years, why wouldn't he make her a wife? Because he saw her as a biracial woman to have his kids, y'all. I'm just gonna say it. And like I said, I'm just bold. From here on out, I'm just bold. Okay. He concluded by saying that Jacky O had so this is talking about the eulogy. The eulogy, he did not really even speak about her, his affection for her, his love for her, none of that. He actually spoke about himself. DC spoke at the homegoing of his longtime partner of 8 years and the mother of his children, Jackie O. DC spoke more about himself than he did about Jackie, the woman, the mother, the girlfriend, the businesswoman, etc. However, he concluded his eulogy with, she had a beautiful soul and she was a great mother. That's exactly who she was to him. She was somebody who had a soul that he felt could match his and a person that can make beautiful babies with. Let's just be for real. If we're going to tell it, let's tell it all. Okay, DC commemorates his deceased cousin with a tattoo and jewelry. Now that's love. DC have a cousin that passed away. His cousin passed away. I didn't write it down. I can't think. I think it was like around 2020 or, right around that time, maybe 2021, 2022. I don't remember exactly. However, I didn't want to put her picture up and stuff like that, or obituary up and stuff like that. And I was looking at some stuff too, but I didn't even want to bring that into question and into play in this presentation right here. But anyway, I do want to let y'all know that he have a tattoo of her on him, on his back, a huge tattoo of her face on his back. He have a pendant that he wear on his neck, a diamond pendant with her picture in it. On it. I'm sorry. Her picture. Now, if DC was tomorrow to decide to get a tattoo of Jackie, remember, we called him out on it first. Okay. Because that man got so much money that right after Jackie passed, if he wanted a tattoo, he could have got a tattoo of her. Okay. He could have got a big diamond pendant with her face on it. So if he just so happened to do it tomorrow, I ain't studying that. Okay, and you know why? Because he ain't do it when she first passed away. He ain't do it immediately after. All he had to do was set a date and get it done. But when it comes to his cousin, he have this huge tattoo of this black woman. Because you already feel like black women are the most beautiful creatures on earth. And I'm pretty sure he have a great attachment and love for his cousin that passed away. He said it was like siblings. Okay, he have a tattoo on it and he wear her around his neck. But what about his long life partner and mother of his children, Jackie? The only time I see him commemorate Jackie is when I see him post pictures and TikToks. That's it. I had to look into all this stuff for me to kind of, be real with myself. In conclusion, it is safe to say that DC Young Fly is a proud Black Hebrew Israelite, but he's not Christian, y'all. He has an incredible admiration for Black women. He entered into a relationship with Jackie to simply bore his children. This is why he never made her his wife, but the mother of his children. I know people gonna get mad. That's okay, because after this live, I'm turning my comments off. I ain't about to argue with nobody. I'm really not. I ain't about to argue with nobody. I think I gotta wake up. Y'all know it's my birthday this weekend. If y'all want to bless me with anything for my birthday, put my welcome up there. Y'all definitely more surely can. And they go Nightbot right there. They go Nightbot right there. My birthday is Saturday, the 15th. And I literally all week, and I haven't even ordered my birthday dress yet. Haven't picked out a birthday dress yet because I was working on this. I've been working on this. Put that up there for a minute. Okay, if y'all want to send me, and I don't drink, I stopped drinking. Don't drink alcohol, don't do any drugs. So if you guys want to purchase me a little small bottle of wine, I might drink some wine for my birthday, but I ain't drinking no alcohol. I ain't getting drunk. I ain't doing all that stuff. Okay, I'm really not. But anyway, DC Young Fly sacrificed Jackie O to further his career. Well, did he? Did he sacrifice Jackie O to further his career? This is the question. All right. Well, look, DC's post just weeks before passing. Now, I went on and I grabbed these two posts that he made just weeks before her passing. Okay. One of his posts saying, "Gotta stay grinding," which means sacrificing and discipline. Okay. Remember, I understand some people might use sacrificing as if in a different way, you know, sacrifice and discipline. But at the same time, okay, just do the work. Just do the work. And he said, what are you willing to do or stop so you can be comfortable for a lifetime? So he basically put up a post just weeks before her passing away. So it wasn't the fact that he just said sacrificing and discipline, because I could understand if it was just that. But look what he kicked it off with. What are you willing to do? Forget stop. What are you willing to do so that you can be comfortable for a lifetime? That raises questions. Then he also made a post that God put me on a mission. I must follow suit and be obedient. Remember, what God is he talking about? And y'all still thinking he's a Christian. Okay, y'all still thinking he's a Christian. He said, God put me on a mission, so I must follow suit and be obedient. And talking about sacrificing and what you have to give up or what you have to do in order to be comfortable for a lifetime. What is that called? This is the reason why I showed y'all this stuff in the beginning. It's called a transactional relationship with God. That is not how Christians operate today, or how Christians are supposed to operate today. What he have is I do something for you and you give me something in return. What are y'all willing to give God and to do for God to give you something back? This is the reason why I point a lot of this stuff out in the very beginning. I show it in the very beginning of my presentation, so y'all can understand when people use these terms and they talk this talk, y'all call them out on it. Call them out on it. Okay, DC rises to fame. He instantly rises to fame. Okay, immediately after her passing, he rises to fame. Got a billboard in Times Square and on the Forbes list. Both. We're going to get into Jamie Foxx right after this. And I'm about to knock y'all socks off with that too. And it's a lot. And it's already almost 9 o'clock. So let me try to get through this. He made #1 on Netflix. He is DC Young Fly 85 South show that he does with his partners, Carlos Miller and Chico, I think his name Chico Bean. They are #1 on Netflix right now. And look at the audience. Look at the people. Okay. DC Young Fly dedicates Netflix special to partner Jacky O after death. Okay, is he capitalizing off of Jacky's passing or what? New music since 2021. And this is the thing. When B. Simone did it, everybody called him out. Everybody called her out. Everybody was like, oh, B. Simone trying to capitalize off of Jacky O's name. B. Simone knows she wrong. You know, she trying to, capitalize off her name, and they called her out. But yet instead, nobody is calling the fact that, you know, the Netflix special that he came out with. Okay, I understand he might want to dedicate it to her, but he also dropped it. He also going back and venturing back off into music, and he dedicated his new single that he put out to her. At the same time, it's kind of like the same thing. Like, give that same energy to him that y'all gave to B. Simone. Because at the same time, he's actually capitalizing on anytime you put somebody's name in their title. Say for instance, this lab that I'm doing, you know, I said occult secrets or whatever I said, exposing occult secrets. When I put Jamie Foxx's name in there, when I put DC Young Fly name in there, that's me capitalizing off their name. If I would have just put exposing occult secrets, maybe only a few people would have showed up, like, or they would have been messaging me, emailing me, Malika, who are you talking about? Who are we talking about here? Okay, but using someone's name is a way for you to grow an even bigger fan base. So I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is I don't already didn't kind of feel like the purity of the love was there. So when I see things like this, I still call cap on it. I'm like, okay, he using her name because he know it's gonna draw in a bigger audience, and he know that if he dropped this song, more people. Because think about it, y'all. He didn't made music in the past, and he ain't make no music when he put her name in it, when he dedicated no songs to her. None of that. If my husband was to drop a song today, an album, let's just say a whole album, he gonna talk about me in one of them songs. Like one of them songs gonna have something to do with me, if not all of them. Okay, he never spoke of her prior to her passing in any of his comedy shows or in his music. But now all of a sudden, has DC become too big for Wild 'N Out? Now, before DC was talking about leaving Wild 'N Out to conquer his music. A lot of people don't know that. So he's revisiting the idea of making an album. And if he revisits the idea of making an album and he make it successful in music, because music is where DC heart is, more so than comedy. DC followed comedy because comedy is what was natural to him. Okay. Like speaking is kind of natural to me. However, his love is for music. So if he was to be successful in music, he would definitely leave Wild 'N Out. He was talking about doing it before, but his albums flopped. So he needed Wild 'N Out to be able to be a platform he can kind of stand on and be able to still make money from. However, if he was to blow up in this music, which is why he dropped the song that he dedicated to Jacky, he'll walk away from Wild 'N Out, have no problem with doing it. Because his passion is not for comedy. His passion is for maybe TV, but really passion is for music. Okay. So we're going to get off into Jamie Foxx. Is that it for DC? So y'all can come out the bushes. Those that got mad at me for speaking about him. Y'all ready to get into this Jamie Foxx stuff? Are y'all ready to get this? Drop me a 1. I got to take a sip of water because it's about to really go down. I'm sorry, y'all. I have to call out, and whether or not he sacrificed his woman, I left that for y'all to decide. I actually had a slide. My last slide was like, so did he do it? You decide. Well, no, I've kind of laid everything out there. A lot of times when people suddenly rise to fame and all of a sudden they book go up to #1, they movie go up to #1, they song go up to #1. A lot of times when you start to see the fruit, because when it comes to sacrificing, you will see the fruits behind it. You will see the fruits come behind it, right? And a lot of times because the world is awakened now and we kind of know what's going on in Hollywood, a lot of times they'll savor it and they'll make you wait for it. And then next thing you know, boom, Jennifer Hudson got a talk show. Next thing you know, boom, they got you see what I'm saying? Like a lot of times it don't come right away. It comes slowly but surely. That's just so it won't trigger and alarm everybody as to what's going on. But let's get into this Jamie Foxx thing. I know this is what some of y'all here for. And we're going to break this thing all the way down. Down, down, down. Down, 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 down. Okay. Was Jamie Foxx sacrifice and ritual? Jamie Foxx sacrifice and ritual. Okay. Now, Jamie Foxx, and I call it his disappearing date. I couldn't say death date like I did the other ones, but Jamie Foxx's disappearing date was possibly around Easter. And I say that because the last time he posted was around April the 11th, I think it is. I can't see because this slide thing is in my way. It ain't in y'all way, it's in my way. But this is the last time he posted when he was actually out on a yacht. And he posted, it was April the 6th. Okay, I see it. It was April the 6th when he posted. And so we also had his daughter come out and say that, he experienced some medical complications, and that was around April the 11th. So that's why I said his disappearance day was possibly around Easter, right? Okay, Easter is the celebration of the spring equinox. Now, remember we had with Jacky, I believe it was the spring as well. Yep, it was the spring as well with Jacky, because Jacky passed away on March the 31st or May, either March or May, the 31st. I think it was May 31st. And I don't feel like going back in my slides and looking it up. But anyway, so both of the celebrations was the spring equinox. All right. Now, of this time, check this out, y'all. Around the time that Jamie Foxx passed away, disappeared. Okay, because we don't know that for sure. We're gonna get off into it though. Disappeared around Easter. The usage and age of the sacrifice will be a human sacrifice, male adult. Pull your calendar back up. Okay, if you look at the Easter spring equinox, The sacrifice would be a male adult, not female. It would be any age, male adult. Okay? All right, ritual. Satanic ritual. I said the death, but I don't know. I'm going to say the disappearing month of Jamie Foxx was for the day of the ritual 11. Let's add those dates up. 4/11/2023. We looking at what we got? 7/11. 7/11. And remember the type of ritual 7/11, 9/11. Remember 7/11 is the 9/11. If y'all missed that, y'all better rewind it. 7/11. Donald Trump even said 7/11 is the 9/11. So it was a corporate ritual which would mean this was something that a lot of hands was in on, not just one. Not just one. Whenever you see that 7/11 and that 9/11, it's a corporate ritual. Not just one person is behind it. All right. So April 11th, the reason why we use April 11th as the day of his disappearance or whatever is because his daughter announces that he suffered from a medical complication, and it was actually posted on April 11th. That's when everybody heard about Jamie Foxx suffering from medical complications on April 11th. So like I said, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. When you add that 74 up, you got 11, 7/11. Falls in line if you ask me. Now let's take a look at this. There have been several rumors and theories surrounding the sudden medical complication and disappearance of Jamie Foxx. For the sake of time, we will not get into all of them. I think I did end up getting into all of them. I'm simply going to elaborate on my findings and beliefs as to what's going on with Eric Bishop, aka Jamie Foxx. But before I do this, let's take a look back at the start of Jamie Foxx's career. In his early stages of Fox's career, he rode the coattail of iconic, legendary Red Fox. A lot of people don't know that he actually shadowed Red Fox at the beginning of his career. We're going to get into it. We're going to break this sucker down. Okay. The passing of Red Fox, if you guys can look at the numbers. Red Fox passed away on October 11th, 1991. Look at the numbers, 9/11. 9/11. And he passed away during a break from rehearsals for the royal family. Fox suffered a heart attack on set. So Red Fox reportedly passed away while he was on set. Is anything starting to make sense to y'all? Red Fox, 9/11. Okay, and we've seen Jamie Foxx, 7/11. Red Fox, 9/11, passed away while he was on set. He suffered a heart attack while on set of the movie or a show that he was working on. All right. And like I said, comedian, singer, and TV star. So Red Fox was everything that Jamie Foxx aspired to be. He was the motivation and inspiration behind Eric Bishop because he was Eric Bishop at that time. But he later changed his name to Jamie Foxx. It was said that he chose the last, we know that he chose the first name Jamie because he wanted a unisex name, but it was said that he chose the last name Fox to pay homage to the Harlem Nights star Red Fox. Now, let me ask y'all this question. Would it be a little bit weird if I decided to go off into the music industry and do music and I decided to call myself Malika Minaj? No, if I wanted to be a rapper, if I wanted to be a female rapper and I called myself Malika Minaj, wouldn't that be a little bit weird? So you changed your name to Fox while you were shadowing Red Fox. And you said you stole his last name to pay homage. Okay, I just feel like it's a little bit weird to me. It's just a little bit. I can see if it was little or big. I know everybody put little before their name, everybody put big before their name, but you literally took a person's last name who is in the same industry as you and do the exact same works that you are looking to do. And if you wanted to set yourself apart from all other comedians, why would you make your last name Fox? I I don't know. But anyway, Red Fox passed away on 10/11/1991, 9/11. Was Red Fox a sacrifice for Jamie Foxx's career? I asked that question. I'm asking. Fox suffered a heart attack on set, is what they say. Check this out. Eric Marlin Bishop changes his name and rises to fame. Okay, so Red Fox passes away in 1991, October 1991. Jamie Foxx changes his name and excels in his career the same year. The exact same year. Okay, so let me go back. Red Fox passes away in 1991. Jamie Foxx changed his last name in 1990. Okay, that following year, the same year that once Red Fox passed, Jamie Foxx was born. A star was born. The exact same year. In 1991, Fox won the Bay Area Black Comedy Competition, which led him to audition for Fox Television Network, his show In Living Color, which is how all of us know him. A lot of us know him by Wanda, doing the character of Wanda from In Living Color, right? So he immediately, the same year that Red Fox died, he immediately rise to stardom and get thrown in the dress. And this is not I'm just really telling it what it looked like. He immediately rise to stardom and get thrown in the dress. Interesting. Jamie Foxx medical complication rumors. Let's kind of break some of these rumors down a little bit. These are all the rumors that we heard. Now, I've heard, like I said, there might be some more rumors out there, but these particular rumors is like the ones that was really the media was really pushing, and we heard most of. Like, number one, Jamie Foxx suffered a brain bleed. Number two was Jamie suffered a stroke on the set of his new hit movie. Number three was Jamie is allegedly paralyzed and blind due to a shot. Y'all know what shot. Number four was Jamie was on a set, was set up and deleted by a well-known artist. Y'all know what artist that everybody was saying that set up and deleted Jamie Foxx. Now, let me just say, number four, you only heard from YouTube and TikTok. No credible news sources, no bloggers, nothing covered number four. Anytime if you Google it right now and you see the whole theory about Jamie was set up and deleted by a well-known artist, it's going to take you to YouTube or TikTok. Okay? You don't see blogs even entertaining number four. Now, number 1 through 3, you'll see was written by blogs. Friends might have spoke out. People that knew him might have said this, or it might came from a quote unquote inside source. However, when it came to number 4, none of that. It was never a friend that spoke on that. It was never an inside source that spoke on that. And it was never a credible blog site that spoke on number 4. Therefore, I am not going to entertain number 4 at all in this. Okay? At all. So right here, I just put, and are y'all hearing me? Everybody hearing me good? Because it seemed like once my family left, and went to Target. It seemed like once my family left and all them devices, everybody took the devices out the house. Now we can hear it. Hey, my sound is good now. Drop me a 1 if I'm good. I don't want to speak too soon, but drop me a 1 if y'all can hear me good. Oh, wow. Okay. So that's all I had to do was kick everybody out the house. See what I'm saying? Like, wow. All right. The narrative of what happened to Jamie Foxx. As we don't know what happened in full details, one can only speculate that the rumors that we heard hold some truth to it. But what we should know for certain is that whatever happened took place on the set of his new movie. Now, I always felt like this. I believe, now this is what I believe, okay, y'all? I believe he was set up by castmates, and this was pre-planned. I believe this was pre-planned. There's so many stories about things going on at the set of his movie. It just didn't make any sense. It was so much that was going on, okay, on the set of his movie that he was actually filming when he had those quote unquote medical complications. And I always look at the last place you was at and the people that you was just last around when you all of a sudden disappear or get knocked off. I'm always looking at your surroundings. You the first people I'm gonna look at. The ones you was last seen with is always gonna be the first people on my radar. I don't know about y'all. But anyway, it was so much going on at the set of this movie, like such as Jamie having a mental meltdown. And the fact that there was tension between Jamie and Cameron Diaz, which almost caused her to walk off set. Y'all heard about that, right? We were told that this meltdown began when someone scammed Jamie out of money after purchasing a fake Rolex watch. Either way, none of it made sense. But this is the narrative that they tried to push, that Jamie was stressed out on set and had a mental meltdown. Following his meltdown, he was rushed to the hospital due to medical complications. That's what they tried to push, okay? Which one would assume to be a stroke due to stress. So this is the thing. They tell us Jamie Foxx on set, he had a mental meltdown. So much tension on set. So much stuff going on set. Somebody scammed him out some money. Him and Cameron Diaz get into it. He was so stressed out that he had a mental meltdown and he had to go to the hospital due to medical complications. So what we were supposed to take from that narrative is the fact that he was stressed out and he must have had a stroke. That's what we were supposed to take. We was not supposed to take anything other than the fact that he was stressed out and it looked like, and it sounded like he had a stroke. All of this other stuff that everybody else was throwing out in the air, they like, what? The narrative that we painted for y'all was supposed to walk away with one thing. Oh, he was stressed out and he had a stroke. Period. That was it. But y'all know social media. We don't play that. We do not play that. You can't just tell us anything and make us believe it. Okay. So if this was the case, why didn't they just simply tell us that? If that was the truth, then why didn't they just simply say he had a stroke? What? People have strokes every day, B. Why wouldn't they just say he was stressed out and he had a stroke? Right? Why keep up the medical complications and keep everything unknown? You know, there's even blog sites that was following this story, you know, that was interviewing or asking questions to the family and close friends, and it was still, they were right, unknown. Why wouldn't they just tell us that? Why not confirm it was a stroke due to stress rather than unknown medical complications? Jamie was later spotted at a rehabilitation hospital in Chicago. Later, it comes out that Jamie was paralyzed and blind due to a shot. This is another theory that came up. Later, it comes out that Jamie was paralyzed and blind due to a shot that he was forced to get while on set. Well, which is it? Did he have a stroke? Or was he forced to get a shot? He was paralyzed and blind from the shot. Many believe that Jamie was already knocked off by a well-known celebrity for exposing his secret Hollywood parties. I never bought into that theory, like I told y'all. I never bought into that theory because the only people that talked about him being knocked off that Diddy was YouTube and TikTok. I never bought into it. I'm a YouTuber myself, however, I'm not a capping YouTuber, and I don't put stuff out there just to give views. I'm enjoying talking to 19 of y'all in the chat room. I'm enjoying it. I don't do stuff just to get attention. Okay. And so as I explained in my previous videos, I believe what happened to Jamie Foxx was orchestrated by some much powerful Hollywood elite players than Diddy. Diddy ain't Hollywood. I don't care what y'all say. Diddy is New York all day. Diddy definitely gives New York all day. But Diddy ain't Hollywood. And I've always believed that whatever happened to Jamie Foxx, and we also just looked at the numbers, and we could tell it was a corporate sacrifice. Whatever that was done was corporate ritual taking place. So whatever that was done, it was definitely something that was done amongst elites that wanted to conjure up energy for a particular cause. Okay, or it wouldn't have had 7-Eleven all over the dates. All right, so it's definitely some powerful players, definitely some more players involved in this, and not just one player. So y'all, a lot of people gave Diddy too much credit. Okay, it's elite players. It's players with an S. A corporate ritual was done, not just one person. A corporate ritual was done to this man. Okay, and I believe that the players came from the set of his movie. You know, some people might have came from the, or they might have a part of the players that was on the set of his movie participated in it. If I said it right. All right. But what really happened to Jamie Foxx? Let's make it make sense. Let's make it make sense. I do believe that there was tension on set. So much tension that Jamie and Cameron Diaz wanted to walk off. See, we don't play them games. We don't let nobody tell us anything. Like, come on, let's make it make sense. He was last seen with y'all. He wasn't last seen, no, Diddy. He was last seen with y'all. Let's be for real. Okay, and I do believe it was so much tension with Cameron Diaz. But guess what? Y'all notice when he got sick, Cameron Diaz had never made a statement saying "get well soon," Jamie Foxx. That's how y'all know it was some tension. Okay, that's how y'all know some stuff straight up went down, because Cameron Diaz never made a public. If she did, she would have went viral. People would have been like, "Oh, Cameron Diaz may offer her sympathy or made a statement or said get well soon, prayers to Jamie." Cameron Diaz shut. She kept quiet. She ain't say nothing. The whole time people was talking about prayers to Jamie Foxx, she ain't say nothing. So whatever type of beef they had on set, she let that beef still simmer down in her spirit to the point to where she couldn't even tell that man, "I'm praying for you." Hello. She acted as if she hadn't even heard the news or simply didn't care. Maybe because she already knew the truth. I believe they painted Jamie out to be a monster with the whole mental health issues. Now, this is where I'm about to go. This is where I'm about to go deep with it. I believe they painted him out to be a monster with the whole mental health issues to keep him admitted, or to have him admitted into a mental facility, mental health. So I believe that something did go on set. Okay, go down and say, I believe he was tripping out. He might have been noticing people moving funny around him. He might have been forced to do stuff that he didn't want to do or he didn't agree to. But they put out there the whole like he was just going crazy. He's not easy to work with. I believe because they wanted to admit him into a mental health facility due to his quote unquote meltdowns, because they kept putting out there that he was just acting up and he was having all these meltdowns. A lot of times when they put out there that an artist is having meltdowns, acting up, or whatever, you know, their next stop is the mental health facility, right? Y'all do know that the next stop is we want to have him admitted somewhere. And maybe, you know, maybe he was just having meltdowns because he noticed that y'all was moving funny. He noticed that y'all was making him do something that he didn't want to do. Like, what if they forced him to take a shot, like the one person said? Or maybe if it wasn't the vaccine shot, maybe it was just another shot. Maybe they was forcing him to put something into his body to possibly keep him calm while he was on set, with the idea of transporting him to a mental facility. If any Hollywood celebrity acts out against the elite, they are quick to put them under sedation and hypnosis and with their MK Ultra techniques, as they have done in the past with celebrities like Kanye West, Britney Spears, and others. Okay. Because literally you have to fall in formation. You can't be somebody that, you know, is going against whatever it is you're going against. If they came to him and they said, "Hey, Jane, we need you to take this shot," or "Hey, Jane, we're going to switch this part of the movie up and we're going to rewrite it and we want you to, you know, just for instance, y'all, wear a dress in this scene," or just whatever the case may be. He said, "No, I'm not doing that." Now, all of a sudden, him coming against them is a meltdown, a quote unquote meltdown. Do y'all get what I'm saying? Okay. But whatever they gave to Jamie, I believe it caused a reverse reaction. Because I don't know if it was the actual COVID-19 shot, or I don't know if it was just the injection, but whatever it is that gave to him, I believe it caused a reverse reaction where he possibly had a serious stroke and suffered medical complications and had to be transported to the hospital. Now, this will actually coincide with what the doctor said, the guy that was interviewed on Dr. Drew said, as well as what Mike Tyson said. So don't say, oh, Malika just made all that up. No, I'm literally taking, it made sense from every single statement that we heard and put it all together and made it. It ain't nothing but God. I literally took 3 different things that we heard being said out there and put it together and said, oh, so this is what happened. They forced a shot on him. It had a reverse reaction, and he turned around and had a stroke. I never came up with this. They did. So I'd be dang if y'all walk away and said she created a theory. Nope, I just took what they gave me, and I made it make sense. That's all I be doing. That's all I be doing. That's all I be doing. Okay? That's all I be doing, y'all. For real. I don't care what nobody says. That's all I be doing. The rumor about Jamie being paralyzed and blind by a shot, I believe, holds some truth. Or else Dr. Drew wouldn't have put this out to the public. I believe it holds some truth. I don't know if it was COVID-19 shot, vaccination. I don't know if it was another shot. Like I said, I believe he could have got a shot to kind of, they wanted to probably give him a shot to keep his butt calm and transport his butt straight to a mental facility. Because they kept putting out the fact that he wasn't acting right on set. He was having these meltdowns. He was running Cameron Diaz off set. And, that was supposed to be her big comeback. So they dang sure ain't want her to go nowhere. Okay? And so he was pissing off this person, pissing off that person. So what if it wasn't a vaccination? What if it was just a shot to kind of keep him calm and he was refusing it? So what if they did force a shot? What we don't know what it contained of. Fentanyl, hell, we don't know what the hell the shot contained of. What if he did have a shot that triggered a medical complication? If y'all get what I'm saying. Now, I'm just putting this stuff together with what they told us. All right, but I believe that it must have held some truth to it because I don't think Dr. Drew would have kind of put that out, especially during the time where the whole world is talking what happened to Jamie Foxx. He trusted in that person he was interviewing to bring it. All right. Also, there was a cardiologist by the name of Peter. Consider this too, y'all. So I didn't just come up with this stuff. It was a cardiologist by the name of Peter who made a post about Jamie saying, and it's in my other video, y'all. The post said, hoping you stay strong the entire time. And you know what I'm talking about. Do anybody remember that post that Peter put out? Now, Peter was Jamie's doctor and friend. Okay, and Peter also did a live podcast, and when he was asked about Jamie's condition, he stated that Jamie needs to come out and tell the world the truth. He needs to come out and tell the world the truth. It was clear to the world that this doctor knew something, but rather the information came from Jamie or his family. He didn't want to put it out there. He wanted Jamie to tell it. So, what truth is this that the doctor was talking about? Now, remember, y'all, we have a man being interviewed on Dr. Drew who talking about he have inside information that Jamie is just, you might as well say a vegetable, and he blind. Then we have the doctor saying, Jamie know what's going on. And I want him to tell the world the truth. I'm not going to tell it. It's for him to tell. And, so he wasn't looking for clout, because if he was looking for clout, he could have came and been like, I know what's going on. I know what's happening. Here's my receipts. Bam. No, he said, I'm going to let Jamie tell it. Jamie, okay, let's just say, needless to say, Jamie's team quickly posted a statement to all blogs to refute this information. Now, I know a lot of people say, well, Malika, the information was, refuted by Jamie Foxx's team, so why are you going along with it? Well, let me tell you something. The fact that they rushed to refute this information made me even believe it even more. Because guess what? They never refuted all the rumors about Diddy deleting Jamie. And why is that? Why didn't they put out something saying, oh, that's just a bunch of hearsay. That's just a bunch of whatever. They did not refute the information because that information they knew was far from the truth. Because remember, y'all, they like to keep the world blind. Stop thinking that the elite, the private sector want the public in on what's going on in the private sector. Stop thinking that, because they really don't. They rather you remain foolish. That's the reason why when everybody was putting out these videos about Jamie, not blogs, because the blogs weren't talking, just YouTube and TikTok. When they was talking about deleting Jamie Foxx, they didn't rush to refute that information because they rather keep you ignorant. They rather keep you ignorant. So they said, we let them believe that silly theory. It's a distraction. Let them believe that silly theory. Nobody care about that. It ain't nothing but a distraction. Okay. But when it came to this doctor that was interviewed on Dr. Drew, they was quick to dismiss that claim. They was quick to. And which I believe there was some truth hidden in that claim. It was some truth in that claim. And that's the reason why they hurried up and put out a statement. That's called y'all help me out. When you have a publicist to come and do kind of like damage control, y'all know what I'm talking about. Okay, and if it was something that was untrue, they'll let y'all. If it's far from the truth, they'll let us believe it and talk about it because it's far from the truth and they know it. Okay, interesting facts. Interesting facts that aligns with Jamie Foxx rumored conditions. All right. Jamie Foxx, and I'm going to sit this right here for a minute because I want y'all to kind of let this simmer in y'all spirit too, in my country Wayne voice. Interesting facts that aligns with Jamie Foxx condition, rumored condition. Jamie Foxx not only suffered medical complications on set as his mentor Red Fox, but he also allegedly went blind just like the role he played of the legendary singer and pianist Ray Charles. And it was said that Foxx had a brain hemorrhage, just as Django, who he played in the Lifetime story, Django Unchained. So the rumors that we listening to, one is the rumors that he had a stroke on set. Red Fox had a heart attack on set. He went blind. He played a blind person in the movie. He had a brain bleed. Well, Django died from a brain hemorrhage. Just understand the fact that a lot of the roles he played actually, a lot of the rumors that we hear actually mirror a lot of the roles that he played. Especially these are his biggest roles. Ray Charles, Django, and that's why y'all see it too. A lot of blogs, right? The Ray Charles actor Jamie Foxx. When they talk about him, the Django star Jamie Foxx. But when you look at how these people died or passed away or their life when they was here, this is the same thing that they said that Jamie suffered. These are the same medical complications that they saying Jamie suffered. Why is that? Though we cannot be certain exactly what happened to Mr. Foxx. One thing's for certain, that whatever happened is being covered up by the family and the mainstream media. Let me get into it. We're going to talk about this whole clone thing. Is Jamie Foxx new Netflix movie, They Clone Tyrone? I was asking, have some type of code. Is they telling us something? But Jamie posted, and he had a message for his fans, but nobody's buying it. Jamie posted, he said, they did not clone me. They cloned Tyrone. See you July 21st. See, this is how you know that they hearing the talk and the gossip. They hearing it. They're going to address what they want to address. And they're going to ignore whatever they want to ignore. He said they did not clone me, but they cloned Tyrone. And he capitalized, they clone whoever is behind that page. They cloned Tyrone. Okay. And as you can see in the movie, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Look like 5 or 6. It's 5 Tyrones. It's a woman and it's Jamie. So clearly Jamie was not the clone in this movie. It was Tyrone. I'm believing this must be Tyrone. Okay. So he wasn't the clone. There's only one of him and it's like 5 Tyrones in the movie. Okay, but nobody is buying it. Nobody is buying it. We actually, a lot of us believe that It's something sinister going on behind the scenes because we have 4 different Jamie Foxx sightings, recent sightings. We even have a bald head Jamie Foxx right here. If y'all can remember, the one, I don't know if y'all can see can y'all see my mouse? Okay, the one over to the far right side with the bald head, he opened the door and helped a woman with her purse or with her bag. He shaved his hair off just that quick because he was just seen on a boat and he had hair. Lord have mercy. Did anybody catch that? Did anybody catch that? So we have 4 recent. It might be another one. They was like back to back, baby. Like Jamie is outside, okay? Like Jamie outside. Jamie ain't said a word. Jamie ain't spoke to nobody. Jamie ain't even went on his page and said, thank you for all y'all prayers. I am good. I am fine. Because if he out here living his best life, why wouldn't he come on here? Why would he go live and say, I'm doing good. I'm fine. I'm okay. Thank you guys for your prayers. And I mean, Jamie is outside. We got a low cut fade, Jamie, and we got a bald head, Jamie. He could have shaved his hair the next day, but I'm just saying, like, dang. Are y'all still with me? Drop a 1. I need to see some interaction in the chat room. Matter of fact, let me read some of y'all stuff. She came out of retirement to do this movie with him. Yes, she did. She came out of retirement to do that movie with him. She sure did. She sure did. Spin doctor. Yeah, spin doctor. So we have 4. Jamie Foxx was outside for a few days straight. And then look, every time he was outside, he was like, besides the one he helped the lady pick up his purse, he's doing some type of activity, and TMZ is there. Johnny on the spot, they there. And the one on the boat, you hear fans like, hey, Jamie, hey, that's Mr. Jamie Foxx. Like they was there waiting on him to ride past and on the yacht. How in the hell did y'all know from the shore that was Jamie Foxx in the middle of the water? There wasn't nobody but TMZ, y'all. There wasn't nobody but TMZ. It's my birthday. Hey, there wasn't nobody but TMZ. Okay? Nobody but the white guy off TMZ. Pay attention and peep. Now, before we dive into the area of Jamie Foxx being cloned, and I provide proof that this is indeed possible. In fact, I would say right now, I truly believe that he was indeed cloned. But for anybody that believes this isn't possible, please stay around to the end of this presentation before you chalk this off as a conspiracy theory. We're about to dive deep, as if we hadn't already. Okay, so what people need to understand, and it's the reason why I put everything out there and why I look into stuff, because my ears be to the streets, my eyes be to the streets. Y'all might not see me, but I'll be looking and I'll be listening and I'll be lurking. Okay. People are saying that, well, Jamie Foxx cannot possibly be a clone because he will have to, or this cannot be a Jamie Foxx clone because he will have to grow up in age. Clones have to actually develop and grow up. And so this could not be possible. Well, let me let y'all understand. This is not the same thing. It's not the same thing. Cloning plus dark magic and witchcraft is something that a lot of people totally don't know about or forgetting about, versus reproductive cloning. So it's not the same thing. What people was talking about, okay, well, he can't possibly be a clone because, a clone has to go through have to develop in the uterus, and a clone has to be born, and the clone has to actually grow up. And so that can't be possible. Well, there's different aspects of cloning, and I'm actually going to tell y'all the difference, because a lot of people are talking about reproductive cloning versus cloning using dark magic and witchcraft. So everything that we talk about when we talk about the elite and we talk about the occults and things like that, we are talking about people who master dark magic and witchcraft, who literally master witchcraft and dark magic. It's not the same as reproductive cloning. Okay. Whew. Human reproductive cloning. The meaning, according to Wikipedia, there are two commonly discussed types of human cloning, which is one is therapeutic cloning and the other one is reproductive cloning. Therapeutic cloning would involve cloning cells from a human for use of medical medicine and transplants. Now, reproductive cloning will involve making an entire cloned human instead of just specific cells or tissue. So this is the reason why I'm not talking about therapeutic cloning. I'm talking about reproductive cloning. Okay. Now the process. I'm just gonna give y'all a simple breakdown of reproductive cloning because this is what y'all hearing and people is saying out there in the world that this could not be possible. So it got to be a conspiracy theory because ain't no way he could be a clone. Okay. Two methods are used to make a live born mammalian clones. Both require implantation of an embryo in a uterus and then a normal period of gestation and birth. One method, cloning using a somatic cell nuclear transfer. Okay, and this is the one that everybody is talking about. Like I said, this procedure starts with the removal of the chromosomes from an egg to create unclinated, whatever it is, egg. The chromosomes are replaced with a nucleus taken from a somatic body cell of the individual. And this stuff is small. I kind of lost where I was at. Or embryo to be cloned. The second method is cloning by embryo splitting. This procedure begins with in vitro fertilization, which is the IVF. The union outside the woman's body of a sperm and an egg to generate a zygote or whatever. I'm gonna pronounce it like that, even if I'm wrong. The zygote from here onward is also called an embryo. Okay, it divides into two and then four identical cells. At this stage, the cells can be separated and allowed to develop into separate but identical blastocysts, which can be implanted in a uterus. This was the process used to generate the birth of Dolly the sheep and Beyonce's babies. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Because I know this Beyonce internet. But I had to throw that in there real quick. This process of reproductive cloning, this is the cloning that was used to create Dolly the sheep. So this is the reason why people say, okay, well, the baby have to actually go through the uterus. It have to go through birth stages. It have to grow up and it have to develop over time, just as any human being, right? So this is what they use to create Dolly the sheep and Beyonce's babies. All right. Now, the purpose of this particular clone and reproductive clone. I know y'all probably like, really good. I know. I told you this is going to be a long presentation, y'all. But we have to understand what's really going on here. And if we do, we got to do some deep digging. Are y'all still with me? Okay, cloning for research. The purpose of doing this type of cloning is cloning for research and therapy. And it also gives the opportunity for reproduction. Okay, and fertile individuals or couples could have a child that is genetically related to them. Another possible use of reproductive cloning is to create a child that is a tissue match for a sick sibling. All right. The place that this reproductive cloning occurs is in a cloning lab performed by scientists. But later, they're going to actually make fertility facilities, which is going to be nothing but some disguised cloning labs. That's basically it. So, yeah, they will be cloning. Like, they already are cloning babies. They already are. If y'all look at some of these people babies, their babies are clones. I'm not even going to hold you up. It's just not the time for that part right there. Okay? All right. Now, cloning done by witchcraft and dark magic is something totally different. And I had to dig into Wiccan information and indoctrination and all this stuff and figure out what the hell they be doing when it comes to cloning, because this is a whole separate, different cloning method. Okay, this is what they do when they do spells and witchcrafts and things like that. Okay, cloning was the process of creating, just give you an overall, a cloning was the process of creating an exact duplicate of a living being by replicating both of their body and mind. There were several known ways of creating clones, also referred to as husks, each of which produce slightly different results. Now, what are the husks? The husks are childlike in their desire to please and to take instruction. The creator imposes his will on them. Look, it even sounds like God. Like, listen to this, y'all. The creator imposes his will on them, on the husks, on the clones. Okay. And at the moment of their creation. So creating this husk or this clone, the person that's creating it is actually imposing his will and instructions basically at the moment that they are created. But it only lasts for an infinite period of time. Then the husk's own will exert itself, and they are not so easily controlled. So for only so long of a time would they actually do what they are called to do or supposed to do. I mean, synthetic humans, robots, all of that. You can program them to do exactly what you want them to do, but eventually they're going to want to start doing their own. They're not going to be easy to be controlled. By the time this being have emotions and free will emerge, and no, by time these beings, let me get this correct. By time these beings, these clones have emotions, free will emerge in the husk. So these clones, these husks, these beings that they creating, synthetic humans, all the stuff they creating, once they start having emotions, eventually free will will follow. Its life cycle is almost finished. So once they become an actual being with emotions and operating in its own free will, that lets you know that their cycle is almost finished. So thank God, okay, thank God they don't get emotions and free will and then be running rapid. You know they about to die in. They about to die. Once they get emotion, they get free will, now they about to die. So thank God they don't get emotion and free will and decide to be roaming around here killing their folks off and doing all kind of crazy stuff. When they actually get emotion and free will, they about to die. Their lifespan is up because they can no longer be controlled, or they no longer is following instructions. They are instructed to do only so much. Okay. Where is it at? They experience what it means to truly live, and then death reclaims them. Whoa. Whoo! Are y'all hearing this? Because it knocked my socks off. Whoo! The description. Clones differed in appearance and longevity and consciousness, depending on the means in which they were created. One common characteristic amongst the various varieties of clones was that they all appeared nearly identical to the person in which they are copied. The process of cloning was often used to preserve the consciousness and essence, in effect, the very soul of the recent deceased, specifically in cases where they cannot be resurrected. And they speak and not be, they speak about they speak about it not being resurrected. So these people were actually resurrecting the dead, or believe they were resurrecting the dead and the clones and whoever they was resurrecting. Okay, but some well-funded adventures were known to commission, and I got my slab right here, so it's kind of blocking what it's actually saying, so I can't read from down there. Clones to commission clones as a form of insurance in case the unexpected, oh God, I can't read, a horrifying death accompanied the dismembered or loss of their corpse. Okay, I can't really read that part right there. Wealthy individuals, y'all, listen to this, sometimes use clones to retain their youthful appearance for years to end. Excuse me. They commissioned powerful wizards to create clones that aged at a slower rate and natural born individuals. So they actually have wizards and warlocks and all these people that they use to actually put spells, to cast spells on these clones to where these clones age slower than a natural individual. Because a lot of these people are actually, wealthy and rich people and things like that. They fear death. Y'all have to understand the wealthy can control everything but death. They can control almost everything but aging and death. And that's why they created all of this stuff, anti-aging. But what they cannot control is death. However, a lot of wealthy people do invest in these lab clones and in these witches and these wizards that perform these spells and do these dark magics, because they believe that they can actually use these clones to retain their youthfulness and appearance to the end. Okay, the effects, the process. Now, a lot of this stuff I did not want to. Let me just say, a lot of this stuff, because I was diving into some places I probably shouldn't have been. I just wanted to edit the stuff and put the stuff out there so y'all can kind of see and get an idea of certain things, because it was too much information. I wasn't going to literally take 4 or 5 slides to just explain and cloning done with dark magic and witchcraft. You guys can look that up, do your own research, all that stuff, because it's a lot. Let me try to move this slide out my way because I cannot see it with it being right there. Okay. So yeah, I didn't want to be able to, I couldn't dive into all of that stuff. But anyway, the process of cloning could profoundly affect the psyche of both the target individual as well as the duplicate that was created. It was said that if both a living person and their clone existed at the same time, one or each individual would be afflicted with madness. More often than one, it's so small. I don't know if it's small to y'all too, but it's so small. More often than one, than not, the duplicate succumbed to this mental deterioration. Some methods of cloning did not allow for the transfer of spell casting abilities. Clones created by those means were readily more identifiable as duplicates. Whenever it became apparent they could not wield magical powers as expected, certain powerful spells that compelled individuals to action, such as geese quests, automatically transferred from person to their clone. Okay, so basically, let me try to break this down in the best of my God-given abilities. So basically, clones can be created in duplicates. They create clones in duplicates simply because of the lifespan. You never know how long these clones can live. It's actually, I think I don't know if I posted it right here, but I actually read that when it comes to, you creating clones through black magic, witchcraft, and all this other stuff, and they have some kind of machine that they actually create the skin and all of this stuff from the clone. From my understanding, that these clones they have a lifespan of like 6 years. Some can die up in 6 years. Some can die up in 20 years. And they also have some that can live a whole lifetime, from my understanding, from what I read. Okay. But so that's why they have to have duplicates of them. However, the main person, hold on. Some clones did not allow the transfer of spellcasters' abilities. Clones were created by the means, some methods were cloning, but did not allow the transfer of spellcasters. Clones created by the means were readily more identifiable as duplicates. Okay. So yeah, some of them actually took to the spells and they were actually identifiable as duplicates. You can actually tell that they were kind of copied. Like when you create like the 5th or the 6th one, you can actually tell that it was actually a copy. You know what I'm saying? And so normally what they do is when they use them, they only put out so many. I've only known them put out 1 or 2 at a time. But I didn't seen like 3-4 Jamie Foxxes, but maybe I'm wrong. But they only put out 1-2 at a time. And then you don't want to also anger the other ones too when you have, and it will, because they actually see it themselves. They have no idea why they see it themselves. You get what I'm saying? Like it's crazy. But anyway, so anyway, this machine automatically transferred from person to their clone. There were several known ways to create a clone of a living person. The most well-known means were to distinctively different nachronomy or whatever that is spells. I don't know the name of these spells. I don't know all this stuff, and I don't pretend to. Nachronomy, no mercy, whatever spells. Clone and stenosis clone. The spell clone allowed a spellcaster to create a perfect copy of an individual in mind and in body and mind, often to use as a vessel for their consciousness in the case of their death. Now, this was just in case somebody died. These wealthy people, like I said, in the case of their death, they want themselves to still live on and still move and still want their mind. Now, remember the movie Get Out, and they actually wanted to put, white people mind inside of a black person's body, which I'm going to speak about later. I don't even know if I'm going to finish this whole presentation because it's already getting late and I'm getting kind of tired. I might say the rest for part 2. But remember they actually showed operation being done in the movie Get Out, where they was actually going to put somebody's mind so they can have a consciousness in the body of somebody else. Okay. So yeah, like I said, because these people were wealthy and they did not want to, pass on without, they wanted to live forever. And then you have some people, with the one guy in the movie Get Out, he said, well, I don't have good eyesight. I want your eyesight. I want to be able to see, so basically this is pretty much what it's talking about. And it could take up to 4 to 8 months to create a clone made in this way to fully mature. So now when you're talking about cloning that's done in cloning labs by witches, wizards, warlocks, through witchcraft, black magic, and technology, baby, that clone can be created in 4 to 8 months. So shut up for those that said y'all talk about reproductive cloning. This is a whole different type of cloning, baby. A whole different type of cloning. This particular cloning that is done with the wealthy, that is done through technology, with wizards, with witches, using dark magic, and all this other stuff that they use. These clones can be fully matured within 4 to 8 months. Now, this is something that I really was not about to study because I'm not in college for this right here, and I wasn't going to go deep up into this. Like I said, if y'all want to go deep into this, that's on y'all, but I wasn't. I don't think Jamie Foxx is Red Fox's clone. I think that Jamie Foxx, he shadowed Red Foxx. He stole his name, and Red Foxx passed away the same year he blew up. So y'all pretty much do the math. I'm just putting it out there. And also, yes, doppelgangers done by magic. Yes. And because they was like in the movie Get Out, they was actually taking a healthy person, or a person where they wanted to actually live on through that person. You know what I'm saying? An actual body where they wanted to live on through that person. Well, now if it was true that Jamie had blood hemorrhaging in the brain, he could, I don't think his brain, his mind couldn't be transferred into the new clone. If that's the case, that right there can't happen. Other than that, if his soul is still, everything, them lifting his soul and putting it in the soul of the other, because they actually talk about the soul transfer. Like I said, I probably didn't really explain it good to y'all because I didn't realize that these words was really that small. And it's hard for me to kind of read it and everything on here, but they actually talk about the soul transfer and all of that from one body into the next. Okay, so, and this is the reason why some clones do have certain memory. This is why certain clones do operate as if they that person. You know what I'm saying? Because literally they mind and they body and everything, they soul, everything was transferred to another body. But anyway, this type of cloning, this type of magic and process, it only takes 4 to 8 months to achieve, which is another reason why I think he disappeared. This is the reason why. Okay, so it could be brain hemorrhage with no damage. Okay, so it could have he could have experienced brain hemorrhaging and no damage. So it could still been true about the rumors about him having brain hemorrhaging, but still no brain damage. Thank you for saying that. So yeah, they still could have, everything could have still been transferred over. But the thing is, I think that if Jamie was a vegetable per se, if the rumors was true about him being, blind or paralyzed and all this other stuff that they said that happened to him, and his body would have been no use. His body wouldn't have been no use for them. So why would so I'm going to explain to you on the next slide the reason why they do clones. Okay, like if you have certain celebrities that get into bad car accidents, bad wrecks or whatever, and a body is no use. If they died in the wreck, or let's just say they they just injured themselves badly or whatever the case may be, I'm going to tell y'all why they actually do this, and they perform another being to continue on as them. Yeah, this is the reason why he disappeared for a while. Because if you think about it, it would have been around 4 months to why he disappeared. Why you just didn't hear anything of him. Because they was creating, they had him in the lab, I believe, and they was creating Jamie number 2. Jamie number 2. And it's something else that y'all probably didn't catch either. Let me see. I don't remember reading it on here, but yeah, I don't see it on here. I might have forgot to grab that one for y'all too. Dang. Yep. I should have grabbed that one for y'all. Oh, here you go. Okay. I'm sorry. It's on the next one. Okay. Good. I do got them all. Okay. Stasis or whatever. Stasis clone worked in similar manner with 2 key differences. The created clone remained preserved in a state of non-decay. So they would, like I said, when they make duplicates, sometimes they will keep the other ones. They would just keep them in some kind of tube or in something, wherever they had them at, wherever they put them at, so they can remain non-decay so they keep it reserved and they keep it remained alive. And the clone remained unaware of its origin, nor the existence of who it duplicated. Okay, there like I said, these are so small, y'all. I'm trying. There also existed a means to create clones using an ancient form of blood magic developed by creator races. It looked like it says. These processes involve the blood of individuals combined with the nomadic magic. And I think they say fed into gruesome machine and spawned the clone. Okay, so this is the reason why I was kind of like mixing up things, because I wasn't even on that page right there, and I'm just trying to add my other little 2 cents in, and I'm just now getting there. Into gruesome machine that spawned the clone. These clones do not exhibit the full range of personality as others. So the duplicates really don't get the full. It's like the more copies that you make, the less personalities that they will have from the original, the less they will imitate the original, is what I'm trying to say. The more duplicates you make, the less they appear as the original. Possess will from much of their existence, and primary sought only to serve their creator. The lifespan of these husk clones lasted only months. Thought it was believed that could be extended for years or even decades. Though it was believed that it could be extended for years and even decades. All right. So some of these lifespans of these husk clones, which is a clone that's created through dark magic and all that stuff, they only last for a few months, but they also believe that they can go years, and they probably actually have some walking around that's been here for years. And they said even decades. Primary sought only to serve their creator. The lifespan of these husk clones lasted only months. Oh, I already read that part. the Shadover Archmage Talmot Tantley was said to have developed a multiple clone spell that could grow numerous clones from a single appendage and even an object taken from an individual. Okay, and I believe that's what they're doing now. They're creating multiple. They want to have multiple just in case one die off, so they don't have to wait another 4 to 6 months to create another one. Now they can just create multiple just from one, just from something that's taken from one individual. That's what I was trying to say before, but like I said, I was just jumping ahead of myself. Okay, and the Empire of Netherem, or whoever that person is, developed a machine called the Universal Pantograph that duplicated any item. So it was a machine that duplicated any item within its organic material. This machine, so any item that was, it would duplicate any item that was in its organic material. This machine facilitated a more perfect means of cloning, copying an individual and their personality with exacting accuracy. The device was unfortunately lost to the ages. Okay, this is something that they've been doing way back when. Okay, y'all. Centuries later, powerful individuals developed more rudimentary. I think this is rudimentary means to non-magical cloning using human-sized tanks filled with unidentified chemicals. The clones produced by these methods unfortunately shared the same limit consciousness and insanity as suffered by those created with magical spells. And I ain't gonna go into that name right there, but y'all see the Artemis, whoever that person is, the Temple of Moloch, and we know the Temple of Moloch is both experimented with the method of cloning. So this is something that's dark, demonic. They do in not Satanism, but witchcraft. The spire of, I don't know these words, either which broke off to Nezareth and caved, the whatever house a rune inscribed chambers that could transform illusionary creatures into living beings. It was believed this rune could transfer simulacrums into living clones. Now listen to this. Most societies across the realms enacted laws that covered clones' inheritance of their progenitors' estate. They were given full legal benefits as were granted to any other living citizen. So these clones, there's laws that these clones are granted the inheritance of the person's estate and given full benefits of the person's estate. So if you wonder why the family kept it quiet, if you wonder why the family went along with this, let's just say Jamie was in bad condition and he could not continue on in his original body. Let's say, and I would not want to believe that it was just a stroke that took him out, but let's just say that something happened and he could not continue on in his body. The family, the purpose of getting a clone is because, first of all, Jamie Foxx's his empire is reportedly worth $200 million. These clones can literally take refuge over everything that they have, over their empire, over everything that they have. If the old Jamie is gone and they deleted him, okay, and they replaced him, the replacement can actually continue to render his wealth. You just seen it. You just seen it right here. Most societies across the realms enacted laws that granted clones inheritance of their progenitors' estate. They were given full legal benefits as were granted to any other living citizen. Okay? So, therefore, if Jamie cannot continue on and move forward in life, this clone can actually, his replacement can actually have the legal right to his estate and to his empire and to his wealth. and anyone attached to Jamie Foxx's empire, including pending deals, payments made to Jamie Foxx's daughter. You know, she have a partnership with Jamie Foxx, which is Intel, Evo. She have a partnership with Jamie. All partners. Everybody that's attached to Jamie Foxx business deals, estates, and everything can continue getting payment. The money can continue going. Jamie Foxx's name and legacy will still live on. Okay, Jamie Foxx makes around $2 million a month from what I read. He makes around $2 million a month. If the family was to actually tell the truth and not go along with this, the family was actually say, you know what, something tragic happened, we lost them. Because remember, everybody's praying hard. Praying hard. Even when she said he was playing pickleball, everybody was still praying. Now let's just say, you know, he passed on. It's what many people believe. If the family was to openly admit and say he passed on, that means them pending business deals, that money coming in, all of that stuff would have stopped. He have bourbon out. He have bourbon. He have pickleball paddles, which is the reason why they pushing the pickleball, because he have paddles. He have talk shows, TV shows, movies, not talk shows, TV shows, movies. He have so many different business things going on, right? To where if he passed away, their money would stop. Okay, but to create a duplicate would allow his name, his legacy, his empire, everything to keep moving on. Mimi, don't pay no attention to Nightbot. Nightbot is actually supposed to just tell everybody it's my birthday. You know, Nightbot is supposed to give everybody a welcome. Nightbot ain't even doing that. Nightbot is literally just here trying to get on everybody's nerves. And you ain't did nothing wrong. Hello, Mimi. Glad to have you today, babe. Okay, so that's what we have to understand. This is because I asked myself, like, you know, why would the family go along with this? Okay, like, how could you as a family member, right? How could you be with somebody every day knowing that that's not the original person, knowing that that's not your actual relative, right? Have y'all thought about that? Like, people, I don't want to sit up under no. I want to listen to a YouTuber that just tell me he clones. Break it down. I'm the kind of person that needs stuff broken down to me because I ask myself too many questions. So I want to know, how is the family comfortable, or those that do know the secret, hidden truth, how is they comfortable living or working, you know, with this clone, with this duplicate that's not the actual original? Well, ding, Malika, when it's money involved, when it's a legacy involved, when it's an empire involved, and you want that empire, that money, and that legacy to continue and move on, ding, Malika, that's why his daughter not gonna say nothing. That's why his closest friends is gonna, if you guys look on his page, whenever they drop something on his page, his closest friend be like, yeah, buddy, my boy, glad to see you back. Because they understand what most people don't. They understand what most of the public don't. They will create a being to keep it going. Especially if we got a partnership somewhere, you know, because a lot of times it's not just him alone in his business deal. He have partnerships in his bourbon. He have partnerships in his pedal bar. You see what I'm saying? People that's investing in it and stuff like that. Hell yeah, we're going to play along. We're going to play along. We're going to play along. In conclusion, the Jamie Foxx clone theory. If Jamie Foxx's body is deleted, and I say if, okay, because I don't know. We don't know for sure. So if Jamie Foxx's body is deleted and not of use, such as blind, paralyzed, blood hemorrhage, you know, to the brain to where it was not functioning no more, a clone must be used as a replacement in place of the original being for the purpose of continuing the financial growth of his empire. We don't. I got another slide for that too. But yeah, because it have to keep going in order for the financial growth of his empire. This clone, but listen, this clone will be similar to Jamie in appearance, yet it will have some notably differences, such as in his eyes, hairline, his speech pattern, especially if it's not the actual first original. Remember, if they duplicate more than one, it starts to slowly but surely look like a copy. If I'm saying it right, okay. The clone or clones will be managed and controlled by an assigned handler. We don't know nothing though, Mimi. We don't know nothing. All we know is the man had medical complications on April 11th. That's all we really know, for real, for real. And then he turned up out of nowhere playing golf and pickleball. The clone or clones will be managed and controlled by an assigned handler. But we also do know, which I just showed, I don't know if you just came in here. I also do show that this is not the reproductive cloning theory that everybody is talking about. Reproductive cloning is something different. Reproductive cloning is actually something that have to be planted inside the uterus. They have to go through the stages of development, and they have to come out and they have to grow just like a natural human. So people are confusing reproductive cloning with actually witchcraft cloning, where they actually have in dark magic, they do witchcraft, dark magic mixed with some technology, and they can produce a whole clone. And I just kind of went through the whole slide. So for everybody that's just getting in, y'all have to go back. But so those are, I just want to point out, those are two different types of clones. Okay, a lot of people are confusing the two. That's why people are saying, well, he can't be cloned, because if he was cloned, then, he would have had to go through the womb. He would have had to have time to grow up and stuff. No, when it comes to, I call it witchcraft cloning, it only takes 4 to 8 months to actually, get this together. And I'm pretty sure because it was actually Jamie Foxx, they put a rush. If this is what they did, they put a rush on that baby. Okay, they had him done between 3 to 4 months. They had that clone out and ready, because they already knew too many people was asking, where is Jamie Foxx? What's going on with Jamie Foxx? People was asking this question for months. Nobody knew nothing for months. While if his daughter said to us 2 weeks after he left the hospital, he was good at playing pickleball, then why did he pop out in those months to come? Because it's not like, it would have been something different if she said he was in a hospital or he was in rehabilitation center and he'd been there for a while and he's struggling and he's fighting to get better and he's about to get better. They didn't say that to us. They actually said that he was well just weeks after he got out the hospital. So why did those a few months roll around to where it was just no sign of Jamie whatsoever? Now, when you actually talking about doing cloning through witchcraft and dark magic, this only take a few months to create, and using their technology, their machines that they have filled with all kind of different liquids and potions and all this type of stuff, and you put material in there, and the material, boom, gonna create the skin and all of that. Y'all got to go back and read it, okay? That only take a few months to actually make. So I'm pretty sure they put the pedal to the metal because we was dealing with Jamie Foxx. But anyway, let me go back to this, y'all, because I know I'm kind of like all over the place. If this is a reproductive human clone, let's just say if this is a reproductive human clone, this reproductive process, now this is just to shut down everybody that's saying a reproductive human clone. The reproductive process would have had to take place before the start of his career, because remember, the clone have to grow up, and it literally grows up at the same pace as a regular human. In order for it to be the same age. If the reproductive clone was generated at the start of his career around age 23, the clone would now be in his 30s. Jamie Foxx is 55. So if anybody is, talking about that's a clone, I don't even think that they understand what type of clone it is. Most people just be talking and putting videos out and just going by what they hear, and they don't even understand what type of clone it is. Okay, it can't be a reproductive clone. If it do, it's gonna look, the clone will be in his 30s, and while Jamie is 55 years old. Now, if this clone, now notice I'm saying if, all right, because at the end of the day, we don't know nothing. If this is a clone created, they're gonna be surprised that people are on to a lot of the stuff that they do behind closed doors. If this is a clone created through witchcraft and magic, it only takes months to achieve. This clone will appear as a full-grown adult, closer to Jamie's age. The original Jamie Foxx will have to be discarded. Okay, and if he's not still alive, if he was still alive, the original will have to be discarded. They can't share emotions, if that's the way I'm trying to explain it. They cannot really share emotions. So the original will have to be discarded, and several clones will have to be generated due to unexpectancy of lifespan. There may be more than one Jamie Foxx roaming around at one time. You might see one with short hair, not even at the same time, but because you don't know if the other one only lived for 6 months, then here come another one pop up, and the one that popped up might be have 5 feet tall. The other one that was there before might be 6 feet tall, because a lot of times it will still generate a copy, but it won't be as the exact copy as they continue to make duplicates. Which could explain all of these recent sightings. We could have two going on at the same time, which could explain all these recent sightings. But needless to say, there would be one or maybe two physical traits and functions that'll be a dead giveaway. Okay, they will not be as perfect to where it won't be something that will be a dead giveaway. Something would be a dead giveaway, like, nope, that's not the original Jamie Foxx. Such as, like I mentioned above, maybe the shape of his eyes, maybe his hairline. And a lot of us haven't studied these celebrities good enough, unless we might have to pull up an old picture and be like, okay, nah, look at this here. Y'all done seen people do it before on social media, like with Eminem. They'll put up a picture of Eminem old and a new Eminem. Now look at this. Look at this. Eminem used to have gray eyes. He used to have blue eyes and gray eyes. Now he got brown eyes. So, people will pull up old pictures and stuff because they don't really know. You know what I'm saying? Exactly what the original even look like anymore, because they've been so duped by a clone or several clones. But anyway, there would be something that would be a dead giveaway. Like I said, maybe the height, the shape of the eye, the shape of the face, the shape of the head, something. But the main thing would be, would probably be his speech, because they would have similar speech pattern, but over time they would lose that speech pattern. Over time they would not even sound like Jamie. So if a lot of us know how Jamie sounds today, this could be the reason why he never spoke. We have all these sightings, but TMZ have never put a mic in none of these sightings. Nobody have put a mic to his face and heard him speak out his mouth. Because these particular clones that's done through the dark magic and witchcraft and things like that, they can get exact as possible, but like I said, there will be something that will be off. It will be something that will be off. And 9 times out of 10, a lot of times it's their speech. You could definitely hear their speech. I can actually hear Eminem. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. I know Eminem, 8 Mile rapper, all of that. Like, I literally been following him since the beginning of his career. I know what Eminem sounded like with Slim Shady and Eminem versus Monster and Rap God. They sound totally different to me. Okay, totally different to me. So a lot of times, if you know Jamie's voice, and especially Jamie was a singer. Okay, he was a songstress. He was a singer. So if you know the voice, maybe he's not speaking until they can perfect that voice in him, because it have to match completely. Because for some people, that'd be a dead giveaway. That would be a dead giveaway. Okay, so maybe that's the reason why he's not speaking to nobody, because right now, like I said, some functions will be a dead giveaway, which would be, like I said before, eyes, hairline, height, speech pattern, any of those things. Okay, now, some people might not believe that Jamie Foxx is a clone, but they still might say it's something a little bit off about him. So, Malika, what if he actually not a clone, but I still notice something off about him? Now, we're going to entertain the possibility of him being a clone, and we're going to entertain the possibility of him not being a clone, but you still notice something off about him, okay? Let's just say Jamie Foxx's body is not deleted, and it's still of good use, right? And what we seeing is actually him. But you know something being a little bit off, okay? And the rumors about him being deleted, blind, paralyzed, suffer from brain hemorrhaging is untrue. Let's just say it's untrue. Then more than likely, the body is being used as a vessel to promote, push, and play out a certain agenda. I love how I wordplay. In return, this vessel will still receive praise and enjoy his benefits from his labor. However, his being an empire will be carefully supervised by an overseer. This person does not operate in God's free will for their life. So what I'm trying to say is, let's just say that that is him that we see him. Okay, let's just say that that's not a clone, that is him. However, he's been gone for a while. Where he been? What happened to him? Where he go? Okay, this person is in mind control and has taken over And okay, let me explain mind control too. This person is controlled and taken over by black magic extortion, which is the first stage of mind control, or the beginning stages of mind control. I have proof behind everything I'm saying. Only thing is, I don't know if I want to finish this all tonight, y'all. I did not realize it was gonna be this late. I didn't realize it was gonna be this late. Oh my God. Okay, so let's just say that that is his body that we seeing. Okay. And his mind is taking over and under a spell. So the first state of mind control is through blackmail and extortion. The second state is through hypnosis. The last stage would be, because remember the things that we was hearing about him, they was saying that, you know, the last time he was on set with the movie, they said he was pretty much spazzing out. He was having a meltdown, yada, yada, yada. Some people believe that he was not cloned. Some people believe that he was sent to a mental institution to be put under some type of MK Ultra technique. So we're going to entertain that thought too, because right now we don't know until this man open his mouth and speak for me. Okay. Now, for me, until Jamie Foxx open his mouth and speak, okay, until I can actually see his eyes. Now, you notice in almost every clip, he's been wearing shades. We cannot see his eyes. Y'all notice in every sighting, he has not spoken. So for me, I could not in this presentation distinctively say I believe that is this, because I have yet to see his eyes and I have yet to hear him speak. So I had to actually tell myself he's either a clone that was created through black magic, witchcraft, and special technology, or he was B and it's not the reproductive clone. We can rule that out. Or he was B, sent to be mind controlled and programmed. You know, and I won't be able to really determine which one it is until I can hear him speak and I can see his eyes. Okay, eyes, God already told us eyes is the pathway to a person's soul. And when somebody speak, you can actually hear their speech. Okay, so those two is still this. So this is kind of still remaining up in the air for me myself. I do believe I am going to, they brought out Jamie 2.0. That's what I'm believing. But at the same time, I can't really say, oh yes, y'all. I stand on that. I stand on the things I say. I can't really stand on that until I hear them, until I see them two things. Okay, so but if y'all want to believe that that's still him walking around and he's just like not really engaging with the public like that, and he not really, you know, he didn't never go live and said thank y'all for y'all prayers, he's not engaging. That could be because he's under MK Ultra, which is the final stages of mind control. Like they take celebrities through like 3 stages of mind control. Now, and like I said, the first stage would be through blackmail and extortion. The second stage would be through hypnosis. And the last stage finally would be through MK Ultra techniques. And like I said, we can go deeper into that, but I don't know if I want to yet. Before discarding and replacing, MK Ultra techniques is normally something that's done before they discard an individual and replace that individual. Okay. MK Ultra was a program, for people don't know what I'm talking about, was a program designed by the CIA intended to develop procedures and identifying drugs that could be used during interrogations to weaken people and force confessions through brainwashing and psychological torture. Okay, MK Ultra like methods are used by private mental health facilities and doctors that's ran by powerful elites to manipulate its subjects' mental state and brain functions. Do I need to repeat that? I'll repeat it just in case somebody missed it. Okay, so MK Ultra like methods that the CIA used and created back in the day are still used to this day, but they're used by private doctors, mental health doctors, and facilities that's ran by powerful elites to manipulate its subject mental state and brain functioning. Which leads me to my next subject, who is the perfect example of all of these things taking place before our eyes, Mr. Kanye West. Yes. So you've seen all of these happen with Mr. Kanye West. I don't know if I want to get off into it. I think I had like 75 maybe slides to go, but yeah. So we actually seen the extortion, blackmail stage 1. We seen in stage 2 hypnosis. We seen in stage 3 MK Ultra mind technique. So I might just go ahead and get through it. Okay, Donda and Kanye West. Now, so like I said, if anybody is everybody kind of like, I don't want to make this live over. I done already went over 3 hours long. Lord have mercy. Okay, I think that maybe I should save Donda and Kanye for another day. So I think what I'll do is um okay, so what I'll do is I'll finish and then I'll just, I guess when I actually post the video, maybe I'll break it down into two parts because I know when nobody want to go back on and watch a live for 3.5 hours, 4 hours long. You know what I'm saying? Like that's too long. But okay, I'll finish it since we already here towards the end and everything. I'll go ahead and finish it. Okay, Donda and Kanye West, because I really wanted to put Kanye West in here too, so y'all can see how Kanye was treated and everything that went on with him. Now, the sacrifice of Donda West. Donda West passed away on November 10th, 2007, which is our 7/11 and 9/11 7. And November is 11. November is the 11th month of the year. So you have your, remember, we can use the numeral numbers. You can have your 1 1. So you got your 7/11. 2 plus 7 is 9. So you got 9/11. So in Donda's West, um, in her rituals, the reason why we said I had to shut down too, because my man be shutting down. My man be shutting down. But you got your 7/11, you got your 9/11. So again, this was a community orchestrated event. This wasn't a sacrifice that just one person did. Now, it might have been a sacrifice that one person, requested or needed or initiated, but it was by the helping hands of other people as well. We do not have to figure out whether or not Donda West was a sacrifice because Kanye recently openly admitted that his mom was indeed sacrificed. However, he said they sacrificed my mom. That's what he stated in his live. But remember, no one can offer a person to God on your behalf. Like that have to be your own. In order for him to, if he wanted to climb the ranks of his success, he have to make that offering. He have to actually offer that up to his deity. Do you guys get what I'm saying? That's why I shared a lot of this stuff with y'all in the very beginning. The very beginning is really crucial to read and listen to understand, because you have to understand that Kanye West saying they sacrificed my mom. I called cap on it when he first said it. I said, Negro, you sacrificed your mom. Ain't no way somebody else sacrificed your mom and you move up the ladder for what they did. Come on, let's be for real. Okay. All right. So, an offering and sacrifice must be something that is personal and comes from the individual that is looking for the atonement/blessings. Kanye willingly gave up his mom as a sacrifice for fame. Now, let me get down to y'all because I used to love Kanye. I still do. I think all of us got a little space in our little place in our heart for Kanye. I think we all do, right? I think we all kind of do, right? All right. Celebrities who were sacrificed under the care of shady doctors, along with Donda West. It was a lot of them, you guys. I only had enough room for Prince, Michael Jackson, Bernie Mac, Anna Nicole Smith, Elvis, Joan Rivers, Donda West, Jackie O, just to name a few. Okay. So a lot of these people were sacrificed under the care of shady doctors because this is the most silent murder there is. Thank you, God, for helping me explain that. Even when Suge Knight made a statement about Eazy-E, and Suge Knight said something like, we just hit him with a little with a little needle, a little AIDS needle or whatever, because that was the most and then he laughed it off and everybody laughed it off and everybody blew it off. But yeah, they literally killed Eazy-E with AIDS. They literally pumped that into him. Notice his baby mamas ain't have it, his kids ain't have it, nobody had it but him. They literally pumped that injection into him and gave him, he wasn't even suffering from HIV like Magic Johnson. He ain't even lived years like Magic Johnson did off HIV. He literally had one day he was healthy, next day was full blown AIDS. Watch the movie if y'all don't believe me. Anyway, these are these are the way to murder somebody silently, basically. Okay, a silent way to kind of do a sacrifice. And for a lot of people, like, okay, so let's say for Kanye West, he had a deep love for his mom. He wouldn't want her to go back gun violence. It wouldn't even make sense for her to go back gun violence. It wouldn't make sense for some of these people to die in the way that they do. But a lot of these people have died in the hands of shady doctors because a lot of these people have doctors on call, on standby, and if they see them regularly And they're taking prescription drugs for anxieties. Think about all the demons that's attacking them at night. Y'all know y'all done had some nightmares and stuff. Think about all these demons that's attacking these people. Think about it. I couldn't imagine all these demons that's attacking them when they close their eyes and go to sleep at night. These people are on all kind of anxiety medications, all type of psychiatric drugs. And so an easy way to get rid of them is to have a corporate meeting, a corporate sacrifice. And you see 7-11, 9-11 over all these people death. If you don't believe me, look it up. And get people in on this sacrifice and just go ahead and silently take them out. And then that person moves up in the ladder. So these are just a few people. Okay, here's the problem where Kanye West begins. Okay, now listen, this is the problem where he begins. Kanye West starts his career as a Christian and a rapper. Now, notice I did not say a Christian rapper. These are two different things. Kanye West started his career as a Christian and a rapper. He was not a Christian rapper, right? Y'all follow me? Kanye West tries to combine his love for Jesus and his art in his 2000 hit song, Jesus Walks. Kanye wrote the song. He actually wrote the song, Jesus Walks. And he said, God showed me the way because the devil trying to break me down. He talked about Jesus walking with him. You know, he's saying that he got to walk with Jesus and the devil trying to break him down. This was in his words, okay? Sad note, rapping, and here's wisdom, rapping about Jesus was rare and unheard of in the rap community. Matter of fact, let me tell you, you couldn't even do it in gospel music. Okay, like I said, I'm from Detroit, Michigan, and I remember hearing BB and CeCe Winans saying years ago that they had to take Jesus' name out their music and had to make it more inspirational. Now, this was kind of like years ago. Maybe today they can do it. Today they do it when they mocking Jesus, but Jesus wasn't really heard of in the rap community and rap music. Like I said, he was barely could be spoken of in gospel music. Okay. Anyway. Kanye was on the road to fame and fortune. Now, I'm going to tell y'all where he took a turn, where everything twisted at and everything, okay? Because y'all see the Kanye then and the Kanye now, okay? While trying to hold tight onto his faith in God. He was on the road to fame and fortune while he's trying to hold on tight to his faith in God. This isn't the problem. The problem is that Kanye worked and signed himself up for an industry that not only do not know God, but they despise the very name of Jesus. So it's not the fact that he was trying to gain fame and fortune and walking up this ladder while having his faith in God, because people have done it. God have blessed people with great, amazing careers, and they still was able to hold on to their faith in God. However, Kanye worked and with the industry and for an industry who do not know God and despise the very name of Jesus. Now, that's where the problem is at. God tells us in Matthew 6:24 that no one can serve two masters. Either you will hate one or you will love the other. He will be devoted to one and despise the other. You cannot both serve man and money. Some scriptures say man and mammon. Okay, you have to pick a side. Basically, you got to pick a side. So you can't follow me and be faithful to me while working for an industry and aligning yourself and making a covenant with an industry that does not like me. You got to pick a side. In other words, in order for Kanye to move up the ladder in his career, he had to set aside his faith in God and his love for Jesus. Kanye can no longer walk with Jesus. Money had to become his God. And he had to serve what he loved. I think I just said that because I don't know what it said a thing, but yeah. And he had to begin to serve money. He had to serve what he really loved the most and what he really wanted the most. He wanted money. He wanted to be, famous in his career. The devil got his way, and he showed him throughout the rising of his career. So this is where Kanye whole thing took a turn. I was there 2004, the new millennium. I was a big Kanye West fan, and I actually saw the down spiral or whatever of his career. It was rising, but it was still falling down. Okay, Kanye breaks down after losing his mom. Now, everybody, all articles still to this day talk about the fact that he had a mental breakdown. His mental breakdown still to this day, they say result over losing his mom. Why is that? People die every day, B. Right? So why did he start spazzing out or having a mental meltdown constantly, back to back, one after another, because he lost his mom? It was because of his decision to sacrifice his mom. That's what caused his inner grief, regret, and regret could kill you, y'all. Inner grief and regret together combined could kill you. Pain, anger, tantrums, rebellion, probably was having all kind of nightmares. This stuff was literally breaking him down. It was something that was following him. He could not shake. He could not, even if he wanted to set Jesus aside and follow the money, he couldn't shake what he did to his mom. He couldn't shake what he did to his mom. And I'm not saying that people, I've never lost my mom. Okay, my mom's still here with me, thank the Lord. But I'm just saying, people still know how to move forward with sanity, with dignity, move forward and, you know, become great in their lives. And, you know, but he literally have been fell downhill ever since the death of his mother. That's simply because he could not get a grip of the decision that he made to sacrifice his mom for an industry that hated him from jump. The industry hated him from jump because here it is, this rapper, this male rapper that we got off the streets of Chicago. Y'all see what they sign now today, right? They only sign people today that's really committed to Satan. Here it is, we get this young rapper who we assume to be a thug because he's from the streets of Chicago and Jay vouched for him. He have a love for Jesus. This industry never liked Kanye. You best believe that. So not only did I sign not only did I offer my mother up, but I offered my mother to an industry that hate me and hate on me. Oh, that had to be deep. Oh, that had to be deep. But anyway, these are just articles of people actually saying, somebody that know him personally actually saying my personal feeling just from the person I know. This is unresolved grief. And they just kept calling it grief. It's grief. It's regret. It's regret. I sold my soul to the devil. It was a crappy deal. It came with a few toys like a Happy Meal. It was regret as well as grief. Yeah, the demons, even though they Bible, Jay could even quote some scriptures from the Bible, I've heard. The turn of Kanye West. As Kanye begins to rise in fame and fortune, he could not shake this feeling of regret, grief, shame, etc. The inner demons that he was battling turned into an outpouring of anger, anxiety, rebellion, and everything towards the very industry that he replaced his God and his mom with. Kanye was blackmailed and extorted, stage one. Now we going into what we was talking about before with Jamie Foxx. Okay, so if it was a situation where Jamie Foxx, if people want to believe that is actually him and not a clone, but he's just not connected or communicating with his fans, he would have went through these stages right here. They put all a celebrities through these stages right here. So the first stage that he went through of mind control, his mind control stages was stage one, blackmail and extortion. Don't believe me? Remember, Kanye did a show where he actually called out Jay-Z in his show for extorting him, blackmailing him, and threatened him. So Jay-Z, so the first stage of them trying to get control of Kanye because he's spazzing out, right? He's spazzing out. All that stuff he's dealing with inside is coming out. So he ended up doing a show and he calls out Jay-Z, like, you know, I don't care, I don't fear you, don't threaten me. I know you want to don't send people to my house, Jay. That was right there a clear sign in front of the whole world that he was being blackmailed and extorted for control. They was trying to take control over him. That was stage one. And I actually said that right there. At one of his concerts, Kanye decides to openly call out Jay-Z for his attempt to secretly make threats towards him. Do y'all remember that? Drop me a one if y'all remember that. But clearly stage one did not work. Not for Kanye. Stage one did not work for Kanye. Stage one did not work for Kanye. Okay, Kanye. Let me tell you also, I'm gonna get to the blind here in the next one. Let me keep going. Stage one did not work for Kanye. Okay, stage two is hypnosis, because they would actually call him. Jay called him out. It was probably threatening him, telling him he gonna send hitters after him. He still called him out. Stage one ain't work. Stage two, the hypnosis, mind control. Stage two, hypnosis was the only way they could try to keep control keep Kanye under their control. As with MK Ultra, targets are given heavy medication. So what we see in like these pictures right here, he's heavily medicated. Okay, when he with his handler Kim, he's heavily medicated. Just look at his face, look at his eyes. He's under medication. It literally was right in front of our face. Okay, and a lot of us was calling him weird, strange. What the hell is going on? He's somebody else. He was heavily medicated. All right, so In stage two, now stage two is when they play a little bit more with your conscious and your subconscious. That's what it's all about. It's kind of like playing with your conscious and your subconscious, because if they can play with your conscious mind through hypnosis, they can take away all your logic, reasoning, like your will, determination. That is powerful. So that means any thought that he had, or any logic, as in his belief in God and his relationship with God, they will try that this right here manipulates that, right? So if he even had any type of, I want to spill the truth, I'm gonna let the world know, everybody gonna know, this right here messes with his logic. It literally puts him in a state of trance. I don't want to go further beyond myself, but hypnosis messes with a person's conscious mind and they logic and they reason and they will to tell the world what's going on. It messes with that. Okay, his subconscious mind. So now he no longer operates in fear. He no longer operates in, with bad habits and patterns and things like that. It messes with that. So even his fear for God, his love for God, and his knowledge of God, first of all, it pushes that further away. And now his fear for God is gone. So now he's a whole different Kanye from Jesus Walks, basically. Okay, so as with MK artists, they are put under heavy medication to keep their conscious mind far from reality, okay, where all critical thinking is gone. But he's in a state of sedation where he will be mentally bewildered and disoriented. Okay, hypnosis can also control the subconscious mind, like I said, to break free from fear, including his fear for God and certain bad habits and patterns, which is like randomly ratting on social media. Because I'm sure they did this too to prevent him from randomly ratting on social media and running his mouth. Kanye was placed under heavy psychological drugs and under mind control many times throughout his career. But many times he would break free from that control. I used to ask guys to be like, because I noticed that a lot of times with a lot of different celebrities, once they in this stage two, where they keep them heavily medicated and under hypnosis, I noticed that a lot of them be there for a while, and they just end up, and after they put them under there, they right back to being a positive, giddy self again. They just right back doing what they love doing the most. But with Kanye, he always will break out of it. He would always break out of it. He would be in and out of it, but he would always break out of it. God had his hands on him because for some reason, you could not control. Stage two ain't work. Let's move on. Stage one ain't work. Stage two didn't work because he would constantly be in and out, in and out, in and out. Okay, so this is Kanye. This is just pictures of Kanye just lost in space. Just lost in space. Okay, he's out of it. He lost in space. This is not something that I believe, the Kanye West that we know, the college dropout Kanye West, the one that we know, will be walking around here with a garbage bag on him. We'll be walking around here. I mean, this is not. The Kanye West we know will be out there with no face covering, everything. The media get in their face, he'll smack them. If we don't want you, I don't want you in my face, he'll smack them. I don't need to cover my face. I don't need to hide who I am. I'm who I am. He had many outbursts where TMZ, different, media outlets ran up on him. Kanye, he just knocked him out his way. He spaced out. Okay, Devil in a New Dress. See Kanye's most bizarre looks, including shaved eyebrows, shoulder pads, skin tight Megans. And I guess Megan's is men leggings. Okay. Look at this person. He gained a tremendous amount of weight. Stop caring about himself. Because this is the time that they was putting him in these hypnosis stages and really messing with his mind. He was this far out. At one point, he claimed that he was a dragon. Okay, this is the same man that we know that talked about Jesus and loved Jesus and everything, but he made a post and he said, you don't have to agree with Trump. This is when he was walking with Trump and following Trump. But the mob can't make me not love him. We are both dragon energy. He is my brother. I love everyone. I don't agree with everything he does. That's what makes us individuals. And we have a right to independent thought. Well, he said he have dragon energy. Y'all know Revelations 12:19 exposes who the dragon is. And the great dragon was thrown down, that ancient serpent who is called the devil and Satan. So he basically confessed to being Satan. That's who the dragon is. That him and Trump got dragon energy. He knew what he was talking about. Kanye West is apparently confused though, because he claimed that he walk in love, yet he got dragon energy. Okay, this is not the same Kanye West that we knew that made Jesus walk. Trust me. Kanye rants get him in a lot of trouble. It get him in trouble. So it was a good thing that he did. Like I said, he would be in and out of it. A lot of times, he would, when he out of it, he would spill stuff that he's not supposed to say. That the industry do not want to hear him saying that's not supposed to be out there, because like I told you, they live in a secret society, a secret world, in a private realm that's separate from the public. The public is not supposed to know what goes on in private. Okay, and so a lot of times he would spill things that goes on in private, so that's why they be want to have him admitted again. But whoever this Harry person is pretty much admitted to having Kanye West institutionalized and under mind control, and threatens to send him back. Now, come on now, if you are an individual person, this how you could tell that he did not have his own free will. Okay, because he get to talking and somebody could jump in his messages and say, I'm going to help you out one in a couple ways. First, you and I need to have a sit down and have a loving, open conversation, but you don't use curse words. You telling me what I need to do, and everything that is discussed based in fact, and not some crazy stuff that dumb friend of yours told you or you saw in a tweet. Second option, I have you institutionalized again. So this person had him institutionalized once before, where they medicate the crap out of you and you go back to zombie land forever. Play date with the kids just won't be the same anymore. To me, that was heavy. That was heavy, because this really shows that these people had really, and we don't understand, a lot of times people was, kind of coming after Kanye and saying, when he was talking about Kim and him and Kim was going back and forth, a lot of people was really kind of dragging Kanye. And I was like, man, do these people even understand what this man is like literally going through in life? Like, do they understand that Kanye West was not one of them celebrities where a celebrity will get where they would do MK Ultra and they would just kind of lead them along because that celebrity mentally is under their spell and under their control. Kanye have been institutionalized time after time after time after time. He was the one celebrity that every time you look around, they will, him and Britney Spears, I don't even know which one they mess with the most. But I'm telling you, Kanye was one of them people that time after time after time, they were literally in this man's psyche. Okay, so I've always had some type of compassion for, because I knew that he was deceiving, he was led astray. I knew that he chased after money, he didn't realize what the money would bring. I knew that he made an offering, so I don't know. I always had some kind of compassion for this man. Like, man, like they really mess with his psyche so much to where right now he ain't even under they control like that. He's still out of it. He still ain't even got his right sense now. But anyway, he said, what should be obvious by now is that I was raised to stand for my truth, regardless of the consequences. So I will say this again. I was mentally diagnosed and nearly drugged out of my mind to make me manageable, to make me a manageable, well-behaved celebrity. I don't know why people wasn't taking this stuff literally. Like, understanding he was literally exposing what's going on. Now, this could be what Jamie Foxx could be going through. If you don't believe he's a clone, he literally could be under a heavy diagnosis, mind control, to where he being managed right now. His free will, his life is not his own. So if they told him, do not communicate with the fans, do not say nothing, go out there and play golf and act like you don't see the cameras, then that's what he gonna do. Now, if y'all believe that that's not him and that's a clone, then hey, believe that as well, because they do have, a way to clone somebody within a few month time frame. I don't care what nobody say. So anyway, either way it go, this is what he went through. So the movie Get Out, and we talked about the movie Get Out a little bit earlier, and I know a lot of y'all probably already seen this movie and knew this stuff, but we talked about this movie a little bit earlier of the brain surgery that they did in the movie Get Out. And I actually believe that that's something that they either doing now or on their way to doing, and I don't know. I don't really want to get too deep up into that. But anyway, in the movie Get Out, the guy Chris and his girlfriend Rose goes for a weekend getaway where Chris will meet Rose's parents for the first time. Rose's mother decides to cure Chris from a smoking habit by performing hypnosis. Chris eventually falls into a mental sunken place. And this is where you have to understand where these people go when they drugged out like this, and they put all that stuff in them and they do hypnosis on them. They go into really a sunken place, into a place where they conscious. We saw the actual the chart that I pulled up. We see that their mind is far from reality, far from reality. And how can they even pray to get out that state if in reality it ain't no God? Oh gosh, it's deep. But anyway, where he is now into a deep trance and no longer conscious, in control of his own body for the ultimate purpose, which is to force a transmutation brain surgery. Kanye surprisingly claims that the movie Get Out was about him. And let me just say this. Kanye said right here in the tweet, Kim was trying to fly me to Wyoming with a doctor to lock me up, like on the movie Get Out, because I cried about saving my daughter's life yesterday. And then he said, everybody knows the movie Get Out is about me. Okay. During one of, and then you know what? Kim kind of remind me of this lady right here. Like, and I look at that lady, I say, you know what? She kind of is giving Kim. She kind of is, he is giving Kanye, and she kind of is giving Kim. But anyway, during one of Kanye Twitter raps, I need to go back because I can't see this part, the bottom part. Okay. All right. During one of Kanye's Twitter raps, he stated that the movie Get Out was about him, and in a sense, it was. Kanye would be depicted as the lead character, Chris, in a movie, and his wife Kim being Rose, Chris's girlfriend. Rose's parents and associates who were looking to purchase a young, healthy black man is a depiction of Hollywood's wealthy elite. Okay, so the people, her parents, and the people that was auctioning, looking for, healthy black men and stuff, that's a depiction of the elite, the Hollywood elite. Notice that, and then you see they gather together. Okay, that's what I mean by community type of, corporate type of rituals and sacrifices. Notice that Chris wasn't the only black person on this land surrounded by whites who was kidnapped, hypnotized, and forced to undergo brain surgery. But every black person who was handed over to them by their handler in this scenario, Rose, undergo the same treatment. Okay, so all the black people that was there, the maid, the gardener, all of them was under heavy mind control and hypnosis. Just as the industry, it actually had the brain transfer, whatever you call it stuff. Just as in the industry, just as with the industry, the movie doesn't just reflect the life of Kanye, but every celebrity that is given over by their handler for the sake of mind control. And y'all, you have to understand, like, these people they being managed and they being watched. They can't just accept any invite to anywhere. They can't just do anything. They can't just live an average lifestyle. They can't just go anywhere. Anytime they go somewhere, they have to have people with them. They have to have somebody around them. They have to, like, their life is literally being managed, controlled, watched, everything. And so it's not just, so the movie Get Out is, basically it was showing what goes on in Hollywood. It is showing, it does seem like it's about Kanye, but not just Kanye, really every celebrity who is given over from his handler for the sake of mind control. Every celebrity goes through it. Okay, Kanye, I'm almost finished here, y'all. I think I got like 75 slides. I might get like 4 more. Kanye claims he is no longer in a sunken place. So this is basically Kanye's way of telling the elite. Let me read the tweet real quick. And also, I'm all the way out of the sunken place. I am no longer scared anymore. I'm not afraid of the media. I'm not scared of the past, and I'm optimistic about the future. This tweet is in love, not fear. Okay, so this is basically Kanye's way of letting the elite know that he is set free from their control and that he's not afraid of the backlash that he will receive from the elites, the media, or the Kardashian clan. But was he fully free from his oppressors? Absolutely not. He who the Son sets free is free indeed. Kayne needed to break all ties with his slave masters and reconcile his relationship with Jesus in order to be completely free. Is this why he started Sunday service and a gospel rap album? Is this why he blatantly caused the fall of his $5 billion empire? I don't know if y'all might have missed that. Because it hit me like, wow, this one number God. Okay, I'm just gonna go over that again for those that missed it. Kayne wanted to be free. He wanted to be free. He said, I'm all the way out the sunken place. I'm not there no more. And I'm about to walk in fear. I'm about to walk in, hope and faith for my future and everything. And he felt as if he was no longer under their spell, no longer under their control. And he was free from, their spell and their control. Do y'all think that him causing the destruction or causing the dismantling of his deals that made him a billionaire, do y'all believe that was because he needed, in order for him to be completely set free, he needed to break all ties with his slave masters? And is this the reason why he started his Sunday service and doing his gospel album, so he can break free from them and at the same time try to reconcile his relationship back to Jesus? You got to ask yourself those certain things, because that's what he did. He broke ties with some of his people. That he was a billionaire. He broke ties with some of them. He continued, Sunday service was his number one, became his number one mission, number one priority. His main mission was Sunday service. Was, anytime he was interviewed at that time, he was talked about Jesus. It was Jesus, always came up, Jesus. And then he made a whole gospel rap album, which he had done for the first time. He hadn't done before. So, is that why he decided to do that? So he could be completely set free? Gotta ask ourselves that. I'm almost done, y'all. Okay, actually, I think it's the last slide. I'm kind of tired, so I hope y'all enjoyed it. Okay, so in conclusion, Kayne understands that he must repent and turn back from his wicked ways in order to reconcile his relationship back to Christ and become a new creature in Christ. If he wants to be saved, first he must, if he wants to be saved first from his oppressors and from eternal damnation. Sunday service, a gospel album, Jesus talk, alone will not save him from God's wrath and judgment. And I'm pretty sure he knows that. His struggles has always been his love for God and his love for money. Okay. I believe that his struggles have always been his love for God and also his love for money. But just not him, but those who have established an incredible amount of wealth on earth. This is why Matthew 14:24 states it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich person to enter the kingdom of heaven, because they will always have that struggle and not be able to balance. Like, you cannot balance your love for God and your love for money, because you're gonna love more than the other. Okay, Kayne knows that he must keep a low profile in order to not trigger the elite into coming after him. My belief is that there's only so many MK Ultra mind control that they can do to somebody before they simply delete and replace them. Okay, Kayne been through all type of hypnosis, mind control techniques, drugs after drugs, and now he at the state where I don't think that he would actually voluntarily allow them to hospitalize him or even come at him and try to hospitalize him. He'll probably shoot first, ask questions later, is what I'm thinking now. So I believe this is why he remains and he keeps a low profile today, because he know that if they come back after him, it's gonna have to be war. Because it'd have to be war, and he know that there's only and at this point in his life, I don't think that they would actually keep putting them under some type of spells, because he keep breaking out of them. So their next mission would be to delete and replace. That would be their next mission, or delete and not replace. But if they can delete and they can replace, then any type of joint ventures and everything that he got going on can continue prospering. And if anybody is attached to that, like any record labels, which I think Jay-Z is still attached to his money. So that's another reason why he haven't been deleted. If y'all all wonder, like, why he ain't been deleted yet? Why they ain't just knock him off? Because, he's wealthy. And I understand some people are better off, they I guess they more wealthy dead than alive. That's what some people say. And that might be true, but at the same time, a lot of eyes been on Kanye. Kanye have spoke out a lot of years. So not only, do deleting him, can actually tamper with the wealth that he got coming in and everything that he doing as well. But also it would definitely spark a lot of controversy, a lot of, because it's been he been watched for years. Whenever he do throw out a tweet or say something, everybody looking. Everybody want to know. I mean, so yeah. Also, another thing, if you're wondering why they haven't done this thus far, it's also simple. God has a hedge of protection around Kanye. I believe this is something that God exposed to me. God have a hedge of protection around Kanye. Why? I don't know. But I'm going to say maybe it's because he leading people to Christ. Now, I'm going to say he may be leading people to Christ. I had to even go back and say, God, you sure you want me to put this in here? But we have to understand. Okay, there are certain pastors, and I showed at the beginning of my presentation, you even got Messianic pastors, Messianic Christian pastors who are Masons and who are pastors. Or you have some false prophets, you have false pastors, you have prosperity pastors, don't teach nothing but prosperity gospel. However, God allows them to do what they do because they lead souls to Christ. Now, Malika, if they are a false prophet, false teacher, false evangelist, false this, false that, how can they lead a soul to Christ? Because when a person listens to some of these people message, okay, I'm gonna tell you like this. It was a person who, I'm not gonna say the pastor name, I used to watch on TV all the time. I was crazy about this pastor. I used to love this pastor, watching this pastor. I wasn't going to church, but I was watching this pastor on TV. I started watching this pastor online. I was crazy about him. Whenever I get done listening to his sermon, it will put me in a spiritual state where I would want to learn more. I would want to know for Christ. Okay. So I would get to a particular, point to where I would become thirsty for Christ, and I would start opening up my Bible and just reading my Bible. It created thirst. Okay. I would read my Bible, and so I remember one time I was reading my Bible, and I remember one time I was getting ready to turn the pastor on, and God said, don't watch him no more. And I said, huh? God said, don't watch him no more. So I stopped watching him. So even a donkey can lead a person to Christ. Okay. So God allows certain people to do what they do. They might have a certain anointing for teaching and a certain anointing for delivering a message that might lead you to want to learn more and make you thirsty for learning more and for knowing more and for, for craving God more. That don't mean that person, that person is still being used. You see what I'm saying? That person is still being used for a call. Satan is being used by God for a purpose. Do y'all hear me? Satan is still being used. He is still on a leash, going back and forth reporting, but he is being used for a purpose. So, I'm not calling Kanye West Satan. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is maybe the reason why God have a hedge of protection around Kanye West is because of the fact that he is leading people to Christ. Now, you don't go to his Sunday service. If you don't listen to his music, you might be already discerning that he's not the person that you want to sow into you. Fine. I don't feel like that. He don't sow into me. I don't listen to his music. I don't go to his church. So he don't sow into me. However, there are people that don't know Christ, and Kanye can reach a audience and masses that we can't. I only had like 20-some people on my lab, and I think I'm more anointed than Kanye. But it's only, my reach can only go so far. When it comes to Kanye reach, he's a bigger person, a bigger influencer. Okay. And as long as he keep, come on, God, help me with it. As long as he keep bearing fruit or showing fruit, being fruitful, that's what it is. As long as he keep being fruitful for the kingdom of God, God ain't done with him yet. God gonna use that fruit. He gonna use, and I'm not talking about fruit like, spiritual fruit. I'm talking about the fact that he's being fruitful for the kingdom. He's steady leading people to God. It's people that, he got to reach when he leads people to God. But anyway, or maybe it's because God is not through with him yet. Like I said, maybe it's the fact that he will someday repent and turn back to God before it's too late. Who knows? I don't know. You know, maybe God is still working with him, using on him, and maybe God's still dealing with him because God know that one day he will wake up out of this state that he's in. And he will turn back to him. Only God knows. Anyway, my last thing I was going to do real quick before I end this, I'm going to do this one scripture because I remember going